Afternoon, everyone. At this time, I would like to call the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the board, can you please call the roll?
Arencibia,
Present.
Segura,
Here.
Solis,
Present.
Aguirre.
Here.
Two absences, Ms. Emerald and Ms. Lopez Zepeda.
This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on matters posted for the special meeting in accordance with the Government Code Section 54954.3A. The board will provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting. Before or during consideration of that item, each person wishing to address an item on the meeting notice in closed session will have 2 minutes to do so.
There are no speakers.
Okay, if there are no further communications, then I will recess the meeting for consideration of the following closed session items. Number one, student expulsion, suspended expulsion, reinstatements, Education Code 48916 to 48918, students identified by case and ID number. Number two, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. Number three, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number four, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number five, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. We will now adjourn to closed session. To reconvene the regular board meeting, clerk of the board, please call roll.
Arencibia,
Present.
Segura,
Here.
Solis,
Present.
Aguirre,
Here.
Davis. Here.
We will now hold a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The board met in closed session preceding this meeting to discuss the following issues. Number one, student expulsion, suspended expulsion, reinstatements, Education Code Section 48916 to 48918. Students identified by case and ID. Number two, public employee discipline dismissal release, Government Code Section 54957. Number three, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number four, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number five, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. And the board took the following action. Moved by Solis and seconded by Segura to approve the request for leave of absence for one certificated employee with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald absent, Lopez Cepeda absent, Segura yes, Solis yes. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the November 18th, 2024 regular board meeting with the change that the board will consider the board agenda item of F11 after the second recognition. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Motion passes 3 yes, 2 absent.
The board is very pleased to welcome Ms. Valerie Ruiz, Assistant Principal from Montgomery High School, who has a presentation for the board.
I'm waiting for the presentation. Good evening. I'm Mabel Glithero, proud assistant principal at Montgomery High School, and this is Valerie Ruiz, ASB assistant principal at Montgomery High School. These are our Aztec buddies.
Elias Beltran, 13th grade.
Maria Estrada, 12th grader. I'm Fernanda Aguilar, 12th grade.
I'm junior for school, 12th grade.
I'm Janelle Fajardo, and I'm in 12th grade.
At Montgomery High School, we have something we call the Mission on the Mesa, and that's what we hope to accomplish this school year. We have two main goals: to strengthen our PLCs and also to work on student school connectedness. We work on that in our Climate and Culture Committee, and one major component of that is inclusion.
Special Olympics Unified Champion Schools is a program where we include students with disabilities with their peers without disabilities. If schools meet these 3 criteria, whole school engagement, inclusive youth leadership, and inclusive sports, Special Olympics will recognize them as a unified champion school.
Inclusive youth leadership is when we teach others how to be inclusive at conferences. We did a presentation at Claremont showing how to be more inclusive. Whole school engagement is when we have an assembly like last week. We played against Madison and won. We have a lot of unified sports like when we won CIF Unified Track and Field and won our Leatherman jackets.
We would also like to recognize that all 13 of the high schools in our district are unified and 9 of 11 middle schools. The first picture we have is the Southwest party, Halloween party that they hosted, Eastlake getting recognized at their fall sports assembly, and also Castle Park's Trojan Buddies doing a lunchtime activity.
So here's our schedule of events. So if you'd like to see the action, you can take a look at our schedule or you can scan the QR code.
Last Friday, we were awarded a Special Olympics national banner. And out of 8,000 unified
schools, Montgomery made the ESPN honorable, making us one of the top inclusive schools in the nation.
Fantastic.
Because of the inclusion at our school, we also include our students in our transition program. The transition program is students with disabilities from age 18 to 22 who learn job skills. And here's Elias.
Monty's Market is a thrift store where everything is free. We take donations where this is where my classmate and I work, and let's watch a video.
Hi, welcome to the soft opening of Monty's Market. Ms. Glithero and I had a vision of a thrift store on campus, and we wanted to fulfill two goals. Number one, have a space where students could get the essentials they need, like clothes, toiletries, or school supplies, but also giving a place where our students in the transition program could have a space to work and gain job skills. We wanted to make sure that we thank everyone who participated in getting this open. Number one, the ASB, who's been working all through the summer, cleaning up the space, sorting things, and getting everything ready. When school opened, the transition kids came in and they started racking things and painting and putting the space together. And also to the custodians who was able to haul out all the trash and spiffy all this area up. The last person I want to make sure I recognize is Denise Potterick, Boss's mom, who came in and spent the last couple weeks with our transition kids, training them on how to work on the space, but also because of her, it looks amazing like this. She used her marketing or merchandising degree from the Fashion Institute to make this place somewhere where students can be proud. So welcome to Monty's Market.
Dr. Aguirre?
Yes, I just want to say thank you, and what a great job of modeling for our community and being a truly inclusive campus. So thank you for all your hard work, everybody.
Thank you. At this time, the board is very honored to recognize and congratulate Mr. Nicholas Segura for his 10 years of service on the board. During his tenure, he served as president 3 times, vice president 2 times, and as a CSBA delegate for his entire 10 years on the board. His expertise and passion for construction and trades were vital during many board discussions. He always showed unwavering support for our career technical education program and attended countless events to assist students and their families. We wish him the best of luck at Southwestern College and truly thank him for his dedicated service to all the students in the South Bay. Please help me recognize Mr. Nicholas Segura.
I do have one speaker who wanted to address this item.
Sure.
Kathleen Shears.
You knew it was coming. Mr. Segura, you have served for 12 years. I thought it was 12. Undoubtedly, you had no idea what lay in store for you. School board member, you thought, I got this. Not sure if it's in the genes or you're using Grecian formula, but you haven't aged. I remember our first meeting, you, Trustee Solis, Matty Adato, and I. Surely you left that meeting thinking, what the hell? Undoubtedly, those who have been around have witnessed our toe-to-toe consistent differing of opinions, both of us reaching down deep for patience, me wishing I had a white Hennessy water back in my Stanley cup to sip on. A few months back, we ran into each other at Home Depot. Sunny, my special needs adult daughter, my constant companion, alongside. You could have pretended not to see me. Instead, you engaged in a conversation. Me, without the 3-minute timer, bantered on. When we left, Sunny, who for some reason watches these board meetings, said in her innocent, childlike manner, I know him. I see him at the board meetings. He sits at that table. He was really nice to you. I did not know you were friends. Her words resonated with me. These many meetings were business, the business of education. While we often found ourselves on opposite sides of the aisle, we remained respectful, though I may have slipped a time or two. Each of us passionate in our own beliefs. Warm wishes of happy trails as you and your lovely wife, who you often reference, plan your RV trips. Hopefully you will continue to champion for a designated school site for the trades. I truly believe to my very core that it would be worthwhile for Sweetwater's enrollment and a life-changing benefit to our deserving students not interested in college, but rather than working with their hands doing what they love, all the while training for a good-paying career. No need to warn Mr. Lopez of me. We have history. Having said that, you might want to share I have not mellowed in my old age. I send you off with blessings of health, happiness, and peace. And this small sign enclosed in here, which will serve as a reminder of the stress you are saying adios to with the end of your tenure. Thank you, sir.
Trustee Solis?
Please show that to the audience.
Thank you, President Anastasia. I'm not as eloquent, but I know I didn't know Nick when we first decided to run for this post, and we knew it was crazy before, but when we got in, it was crazy. The first meetings we'd leave 2, 3 in the morning, working in closed session, and it was some crazy times. And I'm glad that our paths crossed because you're an amazing person, amazing human being. The knowledge that you have it's amazing, and I learned a lot. And thank you for everything you've done for the district and for the friendship that we have formed. So I'm gonna miss you here, but I know I'll see you around. And thank you for everything you've done.
Yes, Dr. Aguirre?
Thank you, President Ancilla. So for me, this moment is bittersweet. Like Arturo mentioned, we didn't know each other before I came to work at Sweetwater. And man, has it been a roller coaster, the ups, the downs, the jiggling everywhere. But the stability and the sense of care that you conveyed and the sense of care for our students, for our staff, and just observing you and how you engage with the community in a constructive way, pun intended since you were in construction, by the way. I've really come to appreciate your leadership, and I see you as a mentor, somebody who really engages with the community in a way that allows for agreements where they can be found. And an ability to move our district forward despite the storms that have kind of battered us over our time. But you are that rock, you are that force for stability. And so I just want to express my gratitude to you. And like everybody else said, I do wish you the best over. Southwestern is getting a great trustee. Yep. You're very well, trained, if you will. But thank you for your advocacy for particularly our CTE or some of our alternative programs. You helped us win at least 1 Bell Award and probably 2. So I think it's a job well done. Thank you for your service, and I'm sure we'll continue to see you perhaps at Southwestern.
Absolutely.
Thank you, President Sue.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Davis.
All right, I just wanted to say, well, I barely met you a few months ago, but I think like you're somebody that I can truly look up to, and just like you guys all made me feel so welcome when I first came to my first board meeting, and just having you here like sitting next to me as a mentor, like somebody that I can look up to, and just like always making me feel welcome and comfortable here, especially talking to me about my passions and golf, and you know, I'll see you at the course sometime, but
Yes, I hope so.
I just wanted to say
shots too, because you're good.
thank you for everything you've done for the whole district, and especially me personally, just making me and all of us feel so comfortable here, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And Mr. Segura, man, what can I say? You become a really, really great friend. You've always been a mentor. I think we ran the first time together. You won and I lost. Arturo, you won and I lost. And there's so much for me to tell you, and I wanted to make sure that I wrote you something because this is my way of commemorating you, you know. And I think a lot of times folks don't see the things that I see in closed doors. And you remind me, you're a dead ringer for my dad's bestie, George Sanchez, may he rest in peace. But I wrote this piece for you, and I hope it honors you. The things unseen. The Central California winds tumble and turn. They reveal the passing of time. They say you will leave and offer love to kids, to your kids and kids like your kids. There's so much I remember about my pop's best friend in his later years. His name was George Sanchez, Central Valley guy like you. And you are unabashedly like him, a kindred spirit who learns to love Spanish through a wife and kids, a warrior who did stints in the Navy, and who became an hombre de hombres in the building trades, a teacher who sponsors solar car races to kids that don't know what they want to do yet. The smell of earth and wind in a mother's meal, making do out of union workers' husband's salary. Do you smell the tamaleada, the picadillo, the cumin, and the chile cooking? And I know aging takes the best of us, and you ride hills, and you're the ringer in golf tourneys, but I ain't ever forgot them kids looking for a future, the kids that seen the wind and the tumbleweeds. No shit, huh? My pop's buddy would have said about you, and my response to him would have been, yep, he's one of the grandes. He's seen the district crash against the iceberg of budgets and lived to tell about how he brought it back better than he found it. And for that, my friend, we're all thankful. I'd like to thank Ms. Vicedo for putting this together. Thank you. So I think we should probably get a pick.
Yeah,
And
can I say a few words?
yeah, go for it.
Thank you, everybody. It's been quite a ride, and Mr. Cheers, you nailed it right on the head. I had absolutely no idea what I was getting into, and I said, yeah, sure, I'll run for Sweetwater trustee, and at that time, I was starting basically a new job, ops job at the Electrical Workers Union, so I had my hands full with a 60-hour plus job there, which I was responsible for the Imperial Valley office, so there was a lot of travel and stuff there, and but I've learned so much here, and I've always felt that in my life that you need to surround, and I think it's something my mom and especially my mom instilled in me, is like you need to be around very intelligent people. You need to have people who are smarter than you. And you've heard it before, but it's really true, And a lot of my friends here are, if not family, are very highly educated. There's more doctorates around here than than at a hospital, but it's a different kind, right? But you know what I mean. And I'm a guy who actually went the trades route, right? And did that, and then when I was asked, getting back to when I was asked to run, and I talked to have to get my wife's okay, Dr. Leticia Segura right there. So there's the real brain behind the operation right there. I'm sure that's apparent to most of you, but some of you don't know that. she's the rock, and agreeing to that, and I'm just gonna miss being around you all you gentlemen and ladies, and I'm glad you believe I made a mark and looked out for the students who, give them give them other options, to trades and in that pathway. And it's a very, very honorable, labor is a very honorable way to live life. Even if, with your hands or your brain. And I've always, I really appreciate all the work the district has done and the board has agreed in focusing on improving our CTE program, and we've really done a really incredible job, and I truly appreciate that. And I had a few things written down here. Somebody asked me the other day, what I'm most proud of. One of the most things I'm most proud of is Resolution 4468 on the wall right there. And we did that 8 years ago, right before the last election of President-elect Trump. So, and that still rings true. And I know the board and the district will have work to do with that, and it's already happening. Just to make sure that students feel safe, and that's all we want is them to feel safe, and that the school is a safe place for them, where all they should have to worry about is studying and being there, and just doing their job, and getting some meals too. So, and I would also like to thank SEA and the unions here. They supported me when I was going to run. When I ran. I actually had an election. I've been so very fortunate that my name's only been on a ballot once, and I've been in 4 elections. So I've been very fortunate that way. My friends are very envious of that because I've only had to actually do a campaign once when I originally originally ran. But I would like to think that the unions have always meant a lot to me. I have a union pension. That's how I'm retired. I'm a retired electrical worker. So I just want to thank them and IBW and the trades for all their support. And we got labor agreements here, and that's great. They're good, and I'm really appreciative of the strong relationships we have with those unions and getting their expertise here in other trades, to show students what we can do or what they can do. And it's been, quite a run here. And I'll tell you, one of the most memorable, challenging times was. And I would think, man, I have like a lot of college classes, but I don't have any degrees. I have certifications in electrical science and this and that and the other. But I think about when we had administrative change here, and then COVID happened, and I was vice president. Remember that I was vice president at the start of the year, and then I became president halfway during the year. Through COVID, and then I was president the next year. So I was, it was a lot of responsibility, but I definitely didn't do it alone. On the shoulders of with everybody here, and working alongside with you, quite honestly, has been just one of the greatest times in my life. We've had some hard times, but we've had a lot of fun. Here and outside. So. With that, I just want to say thank you for listening to me for a few minutes, and for these gifts. And somebody gave me golf balls. I don't know who did, but I got golf balls and tees, so I'm all set. And I just want to thank you, everybody. And I'll be right up the road at Southwestern College. So if you want to still see me, that's where I'll be. Thank you. Okay.
So. Dr. Guide?
Yep. So let's do the presentation.
Just get it on.
And then do you want to present yours?
We are presenting Trustee Segura with the plaque and thanking him for his service. So, Omar, if we get a snap or so, that would be great.
This is my real break in my life right here. Meeting this lady.
We're going to take one here first and then another one here.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. All right, let me get this guy. Ready? 1, 2, and 3.
Item F11?
Yes,
Correct.
please.
I think it's time for item F11, report on Title IX.
All right. Yeah, so thank you, President Arancibia. As many may or may not know, this is the year where we have completed the commitments that we had through a court order regarding Title IX. This is the final year of that, and we have officially exited that. We wanted to take a moment to celebrate everybody who's worked on that, and I see a couple of folks who may have been involved from the onset. I think our district reflects the growth that is possible, and so because of that, we put together a brief report/presentation. And one of the individuals here at the district who's been indelible in making sure we made this progress is Ms. Jenny Carbuccia, so I'll ask her to present this item, again, to mark this moment. Ms. Carbuccia.
Thank you so much, Dr. Geary. We have a video that we're going to play, so we're going to let it roll, but at the moment, I want to just set the context. So on October 25th of 2024, the court stated we completed full compliance with the Title IX compliance plan at Castle Park High School. And so many people, that seems like, okay, it's done and let's just move on. But so many people were involved in that. There are compliance officers in the room, Dr. Glover, Dr. Moore, Mr. Hughes, Susan Parks, Mr. Hughes again, the rest of the compliance team, Natalie Cruz, Melanie Brown, the athletics team with Mr. Estrada and Joe Hines and Lynette and Becky and Nikki and John and Bree. It wouldn't have been possible without the team at Castle, and so I'm lucky to say that we have Vicky here, and we have Juan here, and we have Bobby here, and I don't see Bernie, but Bernie could have been here, and Michelle Owens was here, and Ed Badgett, and so I'm hoping out in those lands. Athletics, we had Mandy Tapia as well, and I'm sure I forgot a lot. On the facility side, Dr. Aguirre started this challenge with us as the assistant superintendent looking at facilities, and we are currently building a stadium at Castle Park. We had, at that time, we had Carl Bradley involved. We have Janaea closing this out for us. We had to file a lot of court documents, and that would be Jen Benavides, that would be Kelly here in our office. We had 2 superintendents involved. I flew up my first week here in Sweetwater with Dr. Janney, and we had Dr. Aguirre closing this out, showing the commitment that he started as an assistant soup. So there are so many people that have been involved, and no doubt I've missed a lot, but we wanted to make sure we settle that because I'm super excited that you are going to get to see this video with all of them here in this room. Deanne, take it away.
At Castle Park High School, athletics are more than just a game. They're a legacy of empowerment, of breaking barriers, and of creating equal opportunities.
Title IX, the law passed in 1972, was really aimed at creating more opportunities for women in sports, particularly at the collegiate level. Through the Castle Park Title IX case, we had an opportunity to increase girls' participation in high school sports.
10 years ago, Castle Park High School had a lot of work to do in the area of compliance. This led to a compliance plan in which the school put great efforts to be in compliance in the area of Title IX.
In those 10 years, Castle Park High School has achieved substantial proportionality 8 consecutive years, which is a tremendous accomplishment. This is truly demonstrating that Castle Park and the Sweetwater District have moved from a paradigm of compliance to a paradigm of commitment to the tenets of Title IX.
We've always believed in having every student, no matter who they are, a time to shine. Title IX has been key to making this possible.
This lawsuit has been a tremendous growth opportunity for the district to learn and to grow and to take into account what female athletes need to ensure they have equal access of participation. And this monitoring period for us has given us that.
I'll never forget when I heard from Jenny Carbuccia that the district was ready to take the next steps forward towards changing the culture with respect to girls' equity at Castle Park High School and throughout the district. And I can say that I am so pleased and impressed with the commitment that you all have demonstrated with respect to making sure that you are leveling the playing field for girls at Castle Park High School and in the district.
In just the past few years, we've added girls lacrosse, girls beach volleyball, and girls flag football.
For the athletes, it's more than just winning games. It's about lessons learned, friendships forged, and finding their passion.
I became interested in softball when my brother came along. He's a big baseball player. He loves to play baseball, and I just became more interested and went in to play with him and everything.
We've seen a huge shift in how female athletes are perceived. They're not just participants, they're competitors, leaders, and role models.
Those big moments in games when it's you can look around, you look back and your team's there, they have you, they're cheering for you no matter what. You do the same for them. Definitely get involved, even if you've never played a sport. I never thought I was athletic to begin with, and I gave it a try and I was like, this is really fun.
And it's not just Castle Park that's breaking new ground. Across the Sweetwater district, female athletes are excelling like never before.
One thing we're extremely proud of in the Metro Conference is that for this school year, we are the first and only conference in the San Diego County that meets substantial proportionality. So we're extremely excited to have a higher percentage of girls participating in sports than our female student population. And for that, we celebrate all our hard work and all our efforts, not only here at Castle Park, but our other 12 member schools.
As we continue to grow, we're not stopping here. Castle Park High, along with the Sweetwater District, is dedicated to giving every girl the chance to play, compete, and succeed.
I was able to attend all 10 years of the monitoring visits while representing the Castle Park community as their board member. This transition from compliance to commitment would not have happened without the hard work of Castle Park High and district staff who have made this change occur.
So today I ask you to join us in celebrating the commitment of Title IX and the efforts that we've made here at Castle Park specifically, at Sweetwater, and across the entirety of the San Diego and Imperial County region, and nationally to bring equity in athletics for our female athletes.
I didn't mention was the work of our board members. So this wouldn't have happened without the support we had of our board members. And I think you saw in the video, we had one board member that attended every single compliance visit, and it's not just because his daughter was a Castle Park female athlete. And he got those numbers up by making sure she played a lot of sports and excelled in every one of them, but that is Mr. Segura. And so today we did want to present, I have trouble with this, a plaque to Mr. Segura as a Title IX champion with gratitude for all of your work on behalf of all of the female student athletes in the district. So I would love it if the Title IX team would come up, everybody, and if you could come down and we could take a big picture together.
Of course.
Someone on that side. Yeah? Even it out a little bit. All right. Right angle, yeah. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Get one here with this one. Back up a little bit. Yeah, I need a chair, right? Here you go. 1, 2, 3. Nada más. Perfect. Thank you.
Super moving. I got really moved. I mean, really, man. Jenny, that was beautiful. Thank you. And now we're going to move on to the superintendent's message.
Thank you, Dr. Arancibia. First and foremost, I really appreciate the nature of the transitions happening this evening. It really is bittersweet. And so I appreciate everybody who's here and the public. Good evening and buenas tardes. Welcome to our November 18th meeting of the Board of Education. As you may be able to tell, it's been very busy since our last meeting. You are probably all aware we had an election on November 5th. At this time, we have some preliminary results that the Registrar of Voters is posting on their website. Having said that, this time it's looking like the bond measure that our district had on the ballot, Measure RR, is currently passing with approximately 60% of the vote. So I just wanted to express appreciation to the voters of our district for having the confidence in the construction program. I think it's an important piece. Again, those outcomes are still awaiting certification by the Registrar of Voters. I also wanted to point out that the swearing in for the 2 trustees who will take the next term of office will occur in December. Again, we're waiting for the Registrar of Voters as well for that certification. For those of you who may be aware, the Registrar of Voters has 30 days to actually certify an election, so we are currently in that process, towards the back end of that process. So I did want to just touch briefly on, and Trustee Segura mentioned it. So since the election, we have all come to understand that a new president has been elected. I did want to offer some thoughts. First and foremost, our democracy is such that someone will be happy and some may be upset. But democracy carries on. For those who may be wondering about potential impacts to our students and our staff and our community, I would offer that our focus continues to be to ensure the safety, both physical and emotional, of our students and our staff. To that end, I did want to remind everyone that Resolution 4668, which was adopted by our Board of Trustees in 2016, continues to be in place to support our students and our staff. On another note, so I just wanted to make sure I highlighted that. There may be a question about whether that continues to be in effect or not. It is in effect, and we are doing the prerequisite work in the background to make sure we're communicating with different agencies. Moving along, I'd like to offer an update about our Proposition 28 process, since many stakeholders are wondering about this. The board has now adopted the site-based plans, and currently there is an ability to purchase materials. However, beginning in the new semester in January, we will be able to make personnel investments to support the arts. So I just wanted to provide that information. I know that there's been different means of getting that information out to our school sites, but I just wanted to reiterate that. In the area of athletics, it also has been a time of much activity. Here's a brief snapshot of some of those. On November 14th, our district held our Metro Conference Fall Sports Awards, where 575 student athletes were recognized. On November 17th, that would be yesterday, we had our inaugural Metro Conference Hall of Fame induction ceremony, where 16 members were inducted, including some who are somewhat high profile, including Adrian Gonzalez and Benji Gill, both former Major League Baseball players from products of Sweetwater Union High School District. Some of the championships that have been earned over this course of this fall season of sport: Southwest High School won the Girls Division 5 San Diego CIF Volleyball Championship. Congratulations to girls volleyball team at Southwest High School. Just want to say congratulations. Another team, Eastlake High School Girls Volleyball, won San Diego High CIF Division 1 Championship. Congratulations to the Eastlake High School Girls Volleyball team, and also good luck to them because they are playing today in Bakersfield for the Southern California Regional Championship. So go Eastlake Girls Volleyball. So as you can see, there are many developments in all fields here at the district. I've pointed out a couple. And lastly, I did want to make a note that it kind of snuck up on me and perhaps many others, but next week will be our Thanksgiving break. I hope that everybody has an opportunity to reflect and find gratitude for the blessings that we have in our day-to-day life. So happy Thanksgiving to everybody. And with that, gracias for the opportunity to serve.
We will now have a report from the Student Board Representative, Ms. Liliana Davis.
Good evening, everybody. During the early part of November, I had the pleasure of holding my very first in-person meeting with the district's high school's ASB presidents, with attendance from our very own board vice president, Ms. Elba Lopez Zepeda. I would quickly like to extend my profound gratitude to Ms. Lopez Zepeda, who is unfortunately unable to be here today, and Ms. Fox for providing us with their insight and perspective on countless topics. However, before I discuss some of the issues raised during my meeting, I would like to provide a brief overview of some of the activities that have been happening throughout the district's high schools and some of the upcoming activities. Although the month of November is best known for celebrating Thanksgiving or Veterans Day, the month of November is also designated as National Native American Heritage Month. It is a time to celebrate the traditions, languages, and stories of Native American and Alaska Native communities and ensure their rich histories and contributions continue to thrive with each passing generation. In many school districts such as ours, November serves as an opportunity to educate students about the diverse cultures, histories, and contributions of Native American and Alaska Native communities, fostering greater understanding and respect for these vital traditions. In many school districts, November also serves as an opportunity to honor and educate students about the sacrifices, service, and bravery of veterans, helping young people understand the significance of Veterans Day and the contributions of those who have served in the military. This recognition promotes a sense of gratitude and respect for the freedoms and protections that veterans have fought to preserve. This November, make sure to take a moment to thank a veteran in your life, whether it's a family member, neighbor, or community member, and acknowledge their profound impact on their service. Another note, I would like to take a moment to also acknowledge and commend all our fall sports teams who made it to CIF playoffs, and especially those who advanced to the state playoffs. Their hard work, dedication, and team spirit have not only brought pride to their schools, but have also served as a shining example of what it means to represent our district with excellence. These student athletes embody the values of perseverance and sportsmanship, and their success reflects the strength and unity of our entire community. Finally, if we have any high school seniors in the room, throughout the district there are countless opportunities in which you may receive help with your college applications. With my brother being a high school senior, I know personally that the process is extremely grueling, but we are all here to help. Stay informed and take advantage of college essay workshops, representative from college visiting your school, and the wide array of options available to you during this exciting but challenging time. Now, speaking of challenges, there is another issue that continues to impact the entire student body daily, which would be the accessibility and condition of our school bathrooms. Currently, our school has only one bathroom open per gender, and it's not just my school, it's many schools throughout the district, which leads to extremely long lines that disrupt student schedules. Many students face the difficult choice of either missing class time to wait for the bathroom or rushing through their lunch to use it, and in many cases, some students even eat their meals in the bathroom due to a lack of time, which is both unhealthy and unhygienic. The overcrowding in these spaces creates a chaotic atmosphere, making it difficult for everyone to use the facilities efficiently. Additionally, some students opt to use the nurse's bathroom, but it becomes too packed as a result of unclear signage and restricted bathroom access. The limited number of open bathrooms contributes to a buildup of trash, particularly during lunch periods, making the facilities unpleasant to use. This situation not only wastes valuable instructional time, but also negatively impacts the cleanliness and overall experience of a shared school resource. It's clear that improving access and maintenance of bathrooms is essential for a student well-being and productivity. Another issue is the lack of availability of menstrual products in the bathrooms. The metal boxes that are supposed to provide pads and tampons are never restocked. I've never seen them filled in my experience. This forces students to walk all the way to the nurse to ask for a pad, which can be embarrassing, inconvenient, and inaccessible, especially if on some occasions the nurse's office is closed. This lack of access leaves students unprepared and unsupported during an already stressful situation. Ensuring that bathrooms are properly stocked with essential products is not just a convenience, it is a necessity. Finally, I wanted to extend my profound gratitude towards everyone involved on the ongoing construction on school campuses. We as students are incredibly grateful for the ongoing construction projects across several campuses, as they represent a significant investment in improving our facilities for the future. While these upgrades are underway, I wanted to express my profound gratitude towards our sports teams as well, who have shown incredible adaptability and teamwork, many sharing a single grass field for practices and games. Despite the challenges of coordinating schedules and navigating around construction, our athletes and coaches are anxiously waiting and looking forward to the improved facilities that will benefit everyone in the years to come. Thank you for everyone involved for making this possible. Thank you.
Mr. President, I have one person that wanted to speak to her report.
Okay.
Kathleen Shears.
High school ASB presidents have a long-established history of being exemplary in many areas. It took hard work for you to be sitting in that chair. I recognize your commitment to excellence and service to your fellow students. I have no doubt whatever career choice you make, you will be a shining star. Undoubtedly, your parents are bursting with pride with all your accomplishments. As a parent, I applaud them. You are indeed an impressive young woman. I wrote and rewrote the rest of this numerous times. In no way is my intention to offend. However, there are times, no matter how I reword something, it might be interpreted as having an edge. My career was corporate, high-powered. I rose from the ranks due to hard work. The best boss I ever had was tougher than tough. Early on, he appointed me to identify areas of improvement for our Fortune 500 corporate local office. I and my team wrote a report which I presented. To my dismay, he just sat there staring into space. Kathleen, while this is good, it's not excellent. I expect excellence. You have here a list of areas that need addressing, but where are the solutions? Do not ever come to me with a half-done project again. I was reminded of that teachable moment in my career during the last meeting when you identified, and tonight, the ongoing restroom problem. It is pretty clear the school admin and staff are doing their best. Alas, the year is almost half over and still it exists. I have a resolution, but mine would result in disgruntled parents being held accountable due to their little darlings' poor behavior filling up this boardroom. So, with all due respect, I challenge the ASB presidents to present their ideas for a solution. Undoubtedly, you have insight, district leaders do not. It is the peers you lead causing the issue. If I may, in future years, ASB committees might identify a subject of interest and provide Dr. Aguirre and the board with ideas for improvement, bringing the issues full circle, not simply identifying a problem, but offering a solution. I raised my children, only our last was blessed with a car. I remember her coming home complaining about the traffic getting into the parking lot. I looked at her astonished. She obviously had lost sight. She was blessed with a privilege none of her siblings or majority of these students have. I reminded her of my mantra, to those who much is given, much is expected. Ended it with try getting a job and complaining to your boss about traffic creating a delay in the parking lot. I was disappointed in her failure to identify her privilege. So too was I disappointed in the ASB leaders bringing the lack of student parking before the board. With the thousands represented by your committee, surely there are other pressing issues which would benefit all those we represent, not simply those that are privileged. Please accept this in the manner that it was written. Thank you.
Right. Item D1, conduct a public hearing, adopt resolution 4939, authorizing and directing conveyance of easement and gross to San Diego Gas and Electric, and approve the 30% design of the related electric bus yard project. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any speakers?
There are no speakers.
The public hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion to approve board agenda item D1?
So move.
Second.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Motion passes 3 yes, 2 absent.
Item D2, conduct a public hearing for renewal charter petition for Hawking Steam Charter School. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any speakers?
Yes. The first speaker is Ms. Lorena Chavez. Do you want the clicker?
I'm sorry?
Do you want the clicker, or do you want me to do it?
Can you do it?
All right, sure.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Sweetwater Board, Superintendent Dr. Aguirre, Dr. Moore, Ms. Christina Fox, Ms. Jennifer Carbuccia, and distinguished guests, including our Hawking Board, Hawking staff, Hawking families, and our Hawking students that are behind me today and standing outside. Thank you for joining us as we present the renewal petition for Hawking STEAM Charter School. My name is Dr. Lorena Chavez, and I am honored to serve as the Executive Director of Hawking STEAM Charter Schools. Next slide. Oh, that's it. Yes. Hawking has a long-standing history rooted in the Sweetwater communities of West Chula Vista and South San Diego. Hawking was founded by dedicated and visionary Sweetwater staff in 2012 because of a shared commitment to educational excellence and a desire to make a difference. Our first charter petition was granted by this governing body in 2012, and our first renewal was granted in 2017, and today we are here again to reaffirm our commitment to serving our students and our families. The bond between Hawking and Sweetwater remains strong, captured perfectly by Sweetwater's own staff who recently shared, "Hawking is our charter school." Those words embody the spirit of the shared purpose that unites us. As colleagues, we are dedicated to empowering students and making a lasting difference for families throughout our shared community. Next slide. Our students. Hawking STEAM Charter School proudly serves over 1,300 students spanning from transitional kindergarten through 8th grade. Each day, our dedicated team works to provide a rigorous, well-rounded education that prepares the majority of our students to transition into Sweetwater Union High School District. We focus intensely on these TK-8 pivotal early years where curiosity and foundational skills are cultivated and critical learning habits are formed. We have made a decision to focus on these formative years, and at this time, we have no plans to expand into the high school grades. Next slide. Our program. Hawking is seat-based, meaning every student attends school in person where they experience an environment that is intentionally created to nurture creativity, critical thinking, problem-solving skills, as well as hands-on learning. In addition, at Hawking, we are proud to have been pioneering leaders in STEAM education within the South Bay community. Our commitment to science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics serves as the foundation of our instructional model. By fostering a love of learning across these fields at an early age, we aim to inspire our students to see the world through a lens of curiosity, exploration, and innovation. Also, and very importantly, Hawking is committed to inclusion, which means that we prioritize creating an environment where all our students feel welcome and supported regardless of their backgrounds or abilities. Our educational approach is grounded in data-informed decision-making. We continuously assess and refine our instructional methods based on the needs of our students. We use data to adapt and innovate. By tailoring our methods, we aim to make a lasting difference in the communities we serve, preparing students not only for academic success, but also for their future roles as engaged, thoughtful members of society and leaders. Next slide. Can you go back one slide? I think there we go. Our partnership with Sweetwater. Hawking STEAM Charter School values the collaborative partnership we share with the Sweetwater Union High School District. This partnership is built on mutual respect, a commitment to student success, and an openness to exchange ideas that benefit the students in our community. We are especially proud that our 7th and 8th grade students participate in Sweetwater Middle School's athletic program. This program offers our students the opportunity to compete in organized sports alongside their peers in the district, cultivating teamwork, discipline, and school pride. This collaboration with Sweetwater Athletics not only broadens our students' horizons, but also strengthens the connection between Hocking and the broader Sweetwater community. Next slide. Our facilities. Our facilities tell the story of our growth and the strong, evolving connection we have with the communities we are committed to serve. Our journey began with co-location arrangements between Hocking 1 and first Chula Vista High School, and then Castle Park Middle, and Hocking 2 at Southwest Middle, where we shared space and learned firsthand the value of flexibility and collaboration with our Sweetwater colleagues. These early years laid a foundation of mutual support, setting the stage for Hocking's success and commitment to excellence. In 2018, we were fortunate to acquire our own dedicated spaces at the current Hocking 1 and Hocking 2 facilities, which each of you are invited to visit. These acquisitions marked an important milestone in our history, giving us the ability to create environments that reflect the unique needs of our students and align with our educational vision. Both facilities embody our commitment to responsible stewardship and continuous improvement. We're dedicated to maintaining these spaces not only as learning centers, but as also as safe, welcoming environments where students can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Next slide. And because I imagine you don't just want to hear from me, today we are honored to be joined by representatives who embody the spirit of Hocking. Among them are our dedicated students, parents, and teachers, each united by a shared commitment to our school's mission and values. We are especially grateful to welcome Betty Garcia, Carolina Bañuelos, and Jimena Contreras from Hocking 1, as well as Amy Lovejoy, Brianna Watson, and Ezequiel Salazar from Hocking 2. They will speak on behalf of over 1,300 students and families who choose Hocking every day. Up first, we have Ms. Betty Garcia.
Hello, my name is Betty, and I am a parent representative on the Hocking board. I'm here today to ask you to please renew our charter so our students may continue to thrive. Hocking is an amazing school with great students and families, and with dedicated teachers and staff whose priority is the education and well-being of our students. As a parent of 2 students at Hocking since 2015, our experience has been one that has had a positive impact, especially for their future. Our educators and support staff are so caring and dedicated that the opportunities of growth that Hocking offers is shown in our students' daily learning, STEAM-based projects, growth in confidence, student-led conferences, and the skills that they take with them once they complete their journey at Hocking. Thank you for your time and consideration for our charter renewal. Thank you.
Good evening, Sweetwater Board. My name is Amy, and I'm a proud founding parent of Hocking 2 STEAM Charter and parent representative of the Hocking Board. I'm here not only as an advocate for our school, but as a believer in the education and support Hocking Charter schools provide to our children and our community. My family and I are deeply rooted in the South Bay community and are graduates of South Bay schools. Now, I raise my children in the same community, espousing for their success and well-being. When Hocking opened its doors at the demand of the community in 2013, my eldest child was among the first cohort of kindergartners. She participated in theater, school council, and built a foundation of friendships with children and teachers. She graduated from Hocking in 2022. My second child is now an 8th grader, and like her sister, has been a part of the Hocking community since kindergarten. He is a thriving middle schooler that participates in flag football, plays drums, and aspires to go to college and join the Navy. As you would expect, Hocking has been a huge part of our lives. I've watched my children's minds grow and their creativity blossom within Hocking's project-based approach to learning and art. I recall attending my first student-led exposition where Hocking opens their doors to showcase the children's arts and projects. Listening to both my children speak so confidently, intelligently, and more importantly, observing how proud they were of what they had created had such a profound impact on me. I cannot believe what their little hands and huge minds had created. I knew at that moment I had made the right choice for my children. Throughout the years, the teachers and staff at Hocking have expressed genuine interest in my children's well-being. When you walk through the doors of Hocking, it is inspiring to witness the dedication of the teachers and staff that they've created a safe and nurturing environment for our students. As a parent, I'm grateful the positive impact the Hocking community has had on our lives and for setting up a solid foundation of learning for my children. I'm appreciative that I still see the vision this community hoped for all those years ago. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I respectfully request you approve Hocking STEAM Charter in securing our future so families can continue to grow like mine.
Good evening. My name is Carolina Bañuelos, and I teach 7th and 8th grade history at Hocking 1. Fortunately, I've had many roles within this community. Driving through Chula Vista today, I was reminded of my time as a student and teacher at Sweetwater District. As a 14-year-old, I diligently memorized the Spartan hymn for my first homework assignment at Chula Vista High School. 20 years later, I proudly sing the hymn as I drive through 4th Avenue, reminiscing on times past. Mrs. Toth, who assigned this, understood something fundamental about teaching. It is not only the standards that are essential, but the tradition and sense of community that is passed from one generation to the next. The district proved this once again, as I learned from some of the best educators to complete my credential. As our community changed, I thought of how education was valued at various institutions. I became passionate to find an organization that respected educators and students equally. When I applied to Hocking, I was surprised to learn that I would teach a lesson as part of my interview. I was excited to be evaluated for my teaching merit and welcomed the challenge. When I asked what I hoped for at this school, I recalled my time as a Spartan, and I knew instantly I wanted to emulate mentors from Sweetwater District. Mrs. Toth, Mrs. Flynn, Mrs. Kramer, Mrs. Ugarte set a precedent I choose to follow. So I informed our principal, Mrs. Bernal, I wanted to develop culture, tradition, and community at Hocking. And when she echoed the same goals, I knew I had found my home. Since then, I have been encouraged to take leadership roles and question our charter in order to raise the standard at our school. Because I hold my position through merit alone, my commitment encourages stability in my career and personal life. Having stability affords me the mental capacity to evolve as a teacher and the emotional fulfillment to be happy to go to work every day. However, this fulfillment is uncommon for teachers, and it beckons a time past, a time when Chula Vista youth walked miles along strawberry fields to their local school, a time when teaching a family of siblings was ordinary, when teacher home visits were common, when local field trips had value, a time when walking down 3rd Avenue to eat at La Bella's meant greeting your neighbors and classmates. At Hocking, I've been afforded these opportunities. I've had students introduce me to young siblings who at first are shy to say hi, but as the year goes by, are a little less scared of what is to come in middle school. During a home visit, I sat in a student's living room and ate cheesecake with their family while discussing future goals. I've taken the trolley with our students to Chicano Park to learn of local history. And last year, we celebrated promotion at the 3rd Avenue Park Pavilion. Hocking Charter welcomes this past sense of community and encourages a space for families to exist, learn, and thrive. As an alumni of this district, I can proudly say this charter prepares students to enter 9th grade feeling confident about their place in this community. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you tonight on behalf of the Hocking 2 teachers. My name is Brianna Watson, and I'm the reading interventionist at H2. I'm honored to share with you what makes Hocking exceptional for both teachers and students and why you should renew our charter. At Hocking Charter, teachers, administrators, and support staff are united by a shared belief that every student can succeed, and it is our mission to ensure that each and every student reaches their full potential. Every decision we make, whether in the classroom or at the leadership level, is driven by our core value of doing what is best for our students. This commitment to putting students' needs first is the cornerstone of our school culture. Hocking 2 staff are committed to staying on the cutting edge of teaching practices, integrating the latest research-backed strategies into our classrooms, and finding new and innovative ways to meet the diverse needs of our students. For example, over the last 4 years, Hawking 2 has been working to implement an MTSS tiered plan to support all students to become a reader by 3rd grade. This tiered support system ensures that all students get what they need to meet this goal. We have also incorporated differentiated instruction and social emotional learning so that we can always meet our students where they are at and support their growth and success. Our teachers are also open and collaborative with one another, so when faced with challenges or roadblocks to student success, we lean on one another to discuss new and different strategies and techniques to employ in our classrooms. Our staff's openness to change and continued professional development is one of the things that makes our school environment truly exceptional. A school's performance and culture is dependent on great leadership. The leaders at Hawking Charter are a key reason why our school is such an exceptional place to work and learn. They actively seek teachers' feedback, listen to our concerns, and ensure that every voice is heard and valued. This strong leadership creates an environment where every teacher feels supported, motivated, and empowered to give their best. And when teachers have the tools and resources to perform their job at the highest level, like we do at Hawking, our students are the beneficiaries. In closing, I'm proud to be part of a Hawking Charter Schools, a place where students come first and where teachers are supported and provided the resources they need to be successful in their important work. Thank you for your continued support and helping make this vision a reality.
Hi, my name is Jimena Contreras. I am 13 years old. I have attended Hawking 1 since I was in TK. I am currently an 8th grader. Something I enjoy about attending Hawking 1 is that I have the opportunity to be a student leader. As a student leader, I lead the morning announcements and I do the riddles and pledge. And I lead our HBOTs with our daily chat of being respectful, responsible, and safe. And I highlight our character trait of the month. Teachers at Hawking help me succeed academically by always making sure that we have the skills like being organized, using planners, taking notes, and learning how to highlight important information. And they also provide tutoring. To create independence, they hold us accountable and responsible to turn in assignments in a timely manner. I appreciate that they have high expectations for all of us. One memorable moment that made me feel proud to be a student at Hawking are the expos. Expos are working in groups to create projects to display to families. Hawking supports me with my personal growth outside of academics by developing conflict resolution strategies, maintaining positive friendships, and identifying emotions to help me self-regulate. And I actually did have to experience a restorative circle. I had this friend and we had a disagreement, so we had to talk it out and listen respectfully to each other to get on good terms. This helps me see how simple it could be to resolve a problem, and all of these skills will ensure that I become a critical thinker and a lifelong learner to make a difference in the world. Thank you.
Good evening. Sorry. Good evening, Sweetwater Union District Board of Trustees. My name is Ezekiel Salazar, and I'm a 7th grader here at Hawking Steam Charter School 2. And I'm Student Council President. My journey at Hawking began when I was a short, chubby, curious kindergartner who was always ready to learn. My little sister also attends H2 and is in 4th grade. At Hawking, people will know me as a responsible individual, a helper to staff, a role model to younger students, and as an innovator when it comes to doing class projects. Yet, Hawking has also helped me become a confident, well-rounded individual with leadership capabilities, ready to make a positive impact in my community. Without Hawking's incredible education and my family's guidance, I could have not developed this leader's mindset. Here at Hawking, leadership is all about growing, challenging yourself, and being a role model. Hawking has helped me prepare to become a culturally competent, self-motivated, creative problem solver, and lifelong learner, inspired to make a positive impact in our communities. I was a very shy student and was not confident and outgoing, but here at Hawking, with the help of Hawking's fantastic teachers, coaches, and staff, I have been challenged to get out of my comfort zone. Now I've shown leadership traits and developed the confidence to speak in front of an audience, take initiative to participate in sports such as soccer, cross country, track and field, and volleyball, and bring solutions or ideas as president to our school student council. I stand here now as a testament of what Hawking Steam Charter School 2 has been doing to improve students' lives in our communities. When I'm older, I see myself going to UCSD for my undergraduate education and Harvard Law School in order to become a criminal defense attorney. Being a criminal defense attorney allows me to help people who have been wrongfully accused and find justice. Being a Hawking student has clarified my career goal because of its innovative education I have received. Hawking is a STEAM school, meaning we integrate science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. STEAM education helps me think creatively when I'm trying to find a novel solution to a problem and find connections between different subject matters such as math and history. This kind of thinking will help me become a successful criminal defense attorney when I'm older. Hawking is a great institution for the youth to learn, build bonds with others, and develop academic and socio-emotional skills for their future success. My family, friends, and I love this school and are grateful for its great education and its ambition to teach and prepare future generations. From the deepest of my heart, thank you, Hawking, for what you have done for me, and I always hope to make you proud as I move forward in my educational journey. And I hope the board will continue to have our support. Thank you.
I think it's obvious that I too like to surround myself with people who are smarter than me, including our brilliant students. Once again, we would like to extend our deepest gratitude to the Sweetwater Board, Superintendent Dr. Aguirre, Dr. Moore, Christina Fox, and Jennifer Carbucha for your unwavering support. Your partnership has been vital to our success and the success of our students. Together, we have built something truly special at Hawking STEAM Charter. In closing, we remain proud to say we are your charter school. Thank you for the opportunity to continue serving our community through the renewal of our charter.
I have one other speaker for the public hearing, Arthur Congo.
Good evening. My name is Arthur Congo. I'm the Associate Director of Local Advocacy with the California Charter Schools Association. I'm here to express my strong support for Hawking STEAM Charter School. Hawking STEAM is classified as a middle track charter school by the California Department of Education based on its performance on the California School Dashboard. Under Ed Code, the classification of middle track makes Hawking STEAM eligible for a renewal term of up to 5 years. We firmly believe that Hawking STEAM meets all legal requirements for this renewal. Throughout the renewal process, the school has demonstrated diligence by collaborating with district staff, engaging families and stakeholders, and accessing the numerous renewal resources that are available at CCSA. Hawking STEAM's commitment to academic excellence is evident in their outstanding student outcomes. According to the California School Dashboard, the school's largest subgroup of Hispanic students is outperforming the state in English language arts and mathematics by 11.3 and 20 points respectively. And their English learners are also achieving impressive outcomes, outperforming the state in ELA by 13.7 points and mathematics by 18.2 points. These achievements highlight the strength of Hawking STEAM's instructional model and its commitment to ensuring all students succeed, particularly in closing the opportunity gaps for historically underserved groups. I encourage the board to visit Hawking STEAM Charter School to witness firsthand the vibrant learning environment, programs, and dedication of the staff and students. Seeing the school in action, I think, will underscore what the data affirms, that Hawking STEAM is a vital role plays a vital role in the Sweetwater Union High School District. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration for this renewal and throughout the process. I look forward to reviewing the district staff report once it is released. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me. I've also emailed these comments to your district emails. Thank you.
No further speakers.
The hearing is now closed. Do we take a vote on this yet? Nope,
No,
that's it. All right, this is the point of the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda and have 3 minutes each to do so. Pursuant to board bylaw, the board may limit the time for public comment on any single topic to 20 minutes per topic. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take any action on or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the superintendent's office for review and report. Speakers shall refrain from using profanity and shall speak in a respectful manner. Thank you for your cooperation.
I have 13 speakers that have signed up for one topic.
Which is?
Chula Vista High School, related to Chula Vista
20
High.
minutes, we'll cap it at 20 minutes.
For the, okay, and then I do have speakers for other topics.
Yeah,
under
that's
public
why we're
communication.
going to do 20 minutes.
Yes,
yeah,
for
yeah.
this one. Okay. Ron Bowles?
Good evening, Board Supervisor, Board members, Superintendent Aguirre, Cabinet members, and other directors who may be here. My name is Ron Bowles, and I am a resident of Chula Vista, and I've taught vocal music and managed arts programs at multiple sites in the district for 37 years. 25 of those years were spent at Bonita Vista High School and middle school, and then 10 years at Chula Vista High School and middle school with the SCPA. My wife and I, 10 years ago, or in 2010 rather, wrote a book entitled Learning That Lasts a Lifetime. And it's a compilation of thoughts that were shared by over 125 students as to how their time with me performing affected their choice of occupation and what they were doing in their occupation, which is all over the map. In 2010, when the book was published, it was nominated for a Best Education Book of the Year. It's on Amazon still, I'm happy to say. Indeed, music and arts classes create expectations and memories that last a lifetime. But what if there's more? But wait, there is more. Decades of research studies at reputable institutions have indicated that students who participate in music and arts classes are considerably ahead of those who aren't given the opportunity. Students in music and arts make measurable gains mentally, emotionally, and physically. Their very souls are altered. The district used to be a bright, shining home to a large array of music offerings that received regional, local, national, and even international recognition. Since COVID, music and arts programs in the Sweetwater Union High School District have been tragically disappearing. Due to questionable personnel decisions, it seems that no one is minding the curriculum store at the district and site levels. It's as if Sweetwater is intentionally letting music and arts education fade away. A teacher retires with a full schedule of their class, and their classes are closed, often never reopening. Why? Budget issues are frequently cited as the reason behind the decline, but a windfall of millions of dollars from Prop 28, the music and arts funding proposition, was passed by the largest margin in California's history. In 2022, these are still not being distributed to throughout the district. So why are programs disappearing each year? Why are music teachers leaving this district each year and not being replaced? What happens to the children who enjoyed making music together, to the children with difficult home situations who found a home away from home in their school music program, to the marginalized children who discovered safe and place of acceptance, not only to survive but to thrive, to the children whose sole reason for getting up each day and going to school has been wiped out. We at this point have one middle school that has a choir. There are only 6 choirs in the district at the high school level, 6 choir directors, 12 sections of choir. To have varsity programs, you need to have junior varsity in place at the middle schools. These things have all fallen away. In Elizabeth Gilbert's insightful book, Magic, she expresses this thought: we must risk delight. We must have the stubbornness to accept our gladness in the ruthless furnace of this world. My question for this board and this administration is, do you have the courage within to create a legacy of beauty and substance for the children you are charged to serve? This evening I suggest a Prop 28 oversight committee, including community members, be created before Thanksgiving so that we can be thankful for a dedicated resurgence of music education in the arts. Thank you very much for your time.
Barbara Schroeder.
Hello, my name is Barbara Schroeder, and in August I finished up 36 years with the district, having worked as an hourly teacher in the SCPA for many of those years, and as the accompanist for all the choirs in the SCPA at Chula Vista High, and also at Chula Vista Middle for 17 of those years. For those of you who are not familiar with choir, most choir directors are not pianists, and they need the assistance of an accompanist who works alongside them, assisting with warm-ups, teaching parts, and playing for all performances. I worked with every choir director in the SCPA from 1988 to 2024, and we worked as a team. Our district has provided choral accompanists for our choir program since 1978, and that support for our directors and students has been invaluable. When school started this past July, Chula Vista High School had a brand new choir director who had been subbing in the district, was well thought of, and was more than capable of taking on the largest choral program in the district. He was a perfect fit for Chula Vista High School. He worked for 9 weeks before he had a contract, and when he got the contract, it stated that he is a temporary employee and is covering for a teacher on a leave of absence. That is just not true. The previous teacher is in a 4-year doctoral program on the East Coast and is not coming back, and we're all smart enough to know that the district would not hold a position for any teacher for up to 4 years. To top all of this off, this new temporary teacher didn't have an accompanist. In the last few years, it has been extremely difficult to fill those accompanist positions. However, when the Chula Vista High School choir director taught at Westview High, he had an accompanist who wants to continue working with him at Chula Vista High School. We should be jumping for joy. They're hard to find. I officially resigned on August 6th, and soon after that, all of the art teachers in the district were informed in a letter that the district was in the process of hiring accompanists. Now, 3.5 months later, there has not even been a posting. Joe Kwan, who repaired our band and orchestra instruments, resigned around the end of September and sadly went to San Diego City Schools. His job has been posted. Why not the accompanist posting? The accompanist job doesn't pay much. It doesn't give benefits. It requires sporadic hours at different times on different days, and you have to be available on nights and weekends for performances. It's not a job that is going to break the district in any way. My suspicion is that this lack of movement has to do with Prop 28 funds. It looks like the current programs are being kind of allowed to die on the vine with the intention of bringing them all back again in a couple years with Prop 28. We should be flourishing right now. Waiting to support our programs is such a disservice to the students who are currently enrolled and the teachers who are working so hard to keep their programs afloat. It is difficult to find accompanists, but we have one that's been waiting for 4 months to be hired. Let's get him on board now before he gets tired of waiting. I know that this temporary teacher is working very hard to figure out how to teach his classes without the assistance of an accompanist, and I'm pretty sure that his temporary status causes him to doubt his job security. It is unconscionable to me that this program, which has been a jewel for the district since the SCPA began 47 years ago, is not receiving the basic support that it deserves. Our district should be better than this. Thank you.
Cassandra Cervantes.
Hello, I am Cassandra Cervantes, and I'm a junior attending Southwest High School, and I'm here to give my thoughts about our 8-period schedule. It's disheartening to see that the district wants to take away our opportunities to go to college, especially since most of the 1,500 kids in our school are first generation. Our school offers pathway classes, which are intended for us to get prepared for our college or career future. You say the future is in our hands, but what future do we have when you're taking away our opportunities to make a change and break the cycle of poverty? Southwest High School is the top school with 40% of our students completing a pathway. Being next to the border means most of our students come from immigrant families. Their families came to this country to seek better education and future for their children. Now the pathway to our goals and dreams are being altered. For the last 3 years, our college acceptance rates have tripled. The students before you are starting with the professional dialogue we have been trained at so vehemently. The board and superintendent who are in charge of this district need to listen to their constitutions and pay the paltry amount to make them happy. Thank you.
Deborah Nevin.
Hi, thank you for your time. I'm here to advocate for the students of Chula Vista High School, the SCPA, and the 8-period schedule that we've been using and loving for several years. I want to start by acknowledging a very recent development. Last week, the district reached out to the union about bargaining the 8-period schedule. And while I'm thrilled at this last-minute development, I also want to use this opportunity to let you know why it's important that we reach an agreement. The 2 main reasons the district wanted to avoid our 8-period schedule MOU can both be easily addressed. Assembly Bill 1012 says that a student cannot be given non-credit bearing classes such as office monitor or non-schedule, meaning going home, unless we have written permission on file. Easy fix. FTE / money, this is the big one. However, we have several solutions to get to a zero cost factor. One in particular is just reverting to how we started this schedule a few years ago, until a few years ago, which required no extra FTE at all. Our past two WASC reports have listed the SCPA and the 8-period schedule as two of our greatest strengths. We have a mid-cycle review in January. How are we going to explain that we're going backwards? Our students deserve the same opportunities as students in all of the surrounding districts that offer 8-period schedules. San Diego Unified, Coronado, Poway, San Diego, just to name a few. All of the art schools in San Diego County have some form of 8-period schedule. In addition, the charter school that takes almost exclusively from Chula Vista, Bayfront Charter, is also on an 8-period schedule. They've all figured it out, and I know we can too. I'll be the first person to say we have underutilized the 8-period schedule, and with that said, we have beaten the 6-period schedule to death. Every high school in our district besides Southwest and Chula Vista are on some form of 6-period day with extended day offerings, period 0, before, and period 7 after school, to effectively create an 8-period day, but it lasts 2 hours longer. Most every advanced art elective CTE pathway program forces kids at these schools to extend their school day by an hour or two just to participate. Where's the equity for these kids? Not only does it extend their school day by a couple of hours, but it also makes them choose between these activities and sports, and kids should not have to choose that. Last year, our award-winning drum major was also one of the varsity football captains. That's only possible because of this schedule. ELD and special ed students are now a real part of our campus culture because they have room in their schedules to take electives. This is an impossibility in their 6-period day, and they're not going to come before school, and they're not going to stay later. CVHS is a special, special place. While I know that the SCPA and its rigor will, after 46 years, die without some form of 8-period, I'm not just advocating for us. I also believe all schools could benefit. Instead of after-school tutoring, students could take a support class. Prep courses could be developed. Instead of summer school, a student could literally repeat a class during the school year. There are so many possibilities and opportunities that 8 periods could afford all of us. We just need to do the work. And lastly, the state of California voted overwhelmingly to increase student access to arts education through Prop 28 monies. I am confident the intention was not to tear down art schools in the process. It's vital that the world gets to hear the artistic voice from Sweetwater students. Help us keep making that possible. Thank you.
Catherine Aguilar.
Buenas tardes, me llamo Catherine Aguilar, soy senior y hoy estoy representando a los estudiantes de AVER, a los estudiantes que tienen miedo a alzar la voz, a los estudiantes que dan todo por una educación avanzada en una comunidad de necesidades. Yo soy esa estudiante. Al igual que otros que están y estarán en mi posición, tenemos varias razones por la necesidad de 8 periodos. Se los he dicho una vez y se lo voy a decir otra vez. No les estamos pidiendo más que ser razonables y ver por el futuro de nuestros estudiantes. Es por ellos quien estoy aquí, por los futuros licenciados, doctores, actores, actrices que nacen en nuestra escuela y se esconden por nuestros pasillos, y miles de profesionales que aún no se han encontrado, pero con los programas que Chula Vista ofrece se convertirán en los más grandiosos de este mundo, si es que nos dan la oportunidad de aprender y explorar. Hice 120 horas de servicio comunitario en Chula Vista Middle School. En esas horas yo hablé y conocí a los estudiantes que están. Conociéndolos fue como verlos crecer en un aspecto. Pude hablar con ellos y verlos como estaban felices de que su próximo paso era entrar a SCPA de Chula Vista High School. Quitándoles esta oportunidad simplemente no está bien. No solo es quitarles la experiencia, pero tratando por decir sus talentos de encontrarse o quienes están por encontrarse al deshacer de nuestros 8 periodos. Good afternoon, my name is Catherine Aguilar. I'm a senior and today I'm representing AVID. I'm representing the students who are scared of raising their voice and the student to do everything for an advanced education in the community of needs. I am that student, and I stand here before you asking you, as my perspective of a senior, as someone who's taken as many AP classes as offered, to stand out to millions of students who are applying to the same colleges, who are trying to get out there and break this cycle of poverty that we're stuck in. As I said before, it's for them that I'm here as well. I'm here for the future lawyers, for the future doctors, for the future actors that stand within the Chula Vista High School walls, who haven't yet found who they are, but they will by the end of their 4 years at Chula Vista High School. I did 120 hours at the Chula Vista Middle School. There, I got to know my students and who they wanted to be. I saw them prepare. I saw them get ready to transition into SCPA at Chula Vista High School, because for them, it was everything. I just don't believe that we should take that opportunity away from them, because they're still growing. They still have so much time to find out who they are. And I'm not asking for much. I just want you to be reasonable with the students you had before. I am a clear example. I come from poverty, I come from nothing, and I'm trying to get up there. It doesn't take you much. It's 8 periods. It's giving them a chance to take as many classes, to take those AP classes, get out there. That's all we're asking. It doesn't hurt you. It's only benefiting your community for the district that you represent. Have a little bit of faith. Look over. Walk over to Chula Vista. Look at our great programs. Look at our actors. Look at our drama. Look at our programs, our teachers. There's so much to see. You could walk right there. Take a trip on a day. Go and see what we have to offer. Not every school has that. We're special. We deserve that respect. We deserve those 8 periods. It doesn't cost you nothing. Look at all the benefits. Look at all the ways that you could get out there. Just be the voice for the students who stand before you and ask for 8 periods. It doesn't take you much. Thank you for your time.
Ken Murioka.
Hello, my name is Ken Muraoka. It has come to my attention that a decision is being made for Chula Vista High School on whether to keep an 8-period schedule or move back to a traditional 6-period day. My daughter is a senior at Chula Vista High School. She has a 4-point-something GPA and aspires to go to a big university. Because of the 8-period schedule, in the 4 years at Chula Vista High School, she's been able to take 10 AP courses, be a 4-year SCPA student in strings orchestra and symphonic orchestra. She was able to take the University of California recommended 4 years of math, 3 years of foreign language. She was also able to take 4 years of science, which is over the recommended 3 years. To strengthen her STEM base, she also took CTE engineering. Academically, she's strong, but she's also a varsity cross-country runner, varsity track runner, and was on the varsity soccer team. She's only able to fit this in because of the 8-period day. If it were a 6-period day over the last 4 years, she would lose 2 classes each semester. What 2 classes? If she were to concentrate on academics, she would lose both strings orchestra and symphonic orchestra, CTE engineering, 2 AP classes, and probably 1 year of the foreign language. If she were to concentrate on the arts, she would still lose either strings orchestra or symphonic orchestra, 1 year of foreign language, 4 AP classes, and CTE engineering. If she wanted to take a 7th period and a 6-period day, like other high schools do, she would have to sacrifice cross-country, soccer, and track. For a student at Chula Vista High School, there are no gains in a 6-period day, only losses. With Chula Vista having multiple path opportunities, a 6-period day gives little opportunity to explore the SCPA, CTE, and or AP academics. This means you have to determine your 4-year path as a freshman, which is a lot to ask for a 14-year-old. The SCPA program is what makes Chula Vista High School special. My daughter would not be at Chula Vista High School if it weren't for the SCPA program. Having 8 periods has given the opportunity for students to be enriched in the arts, culture, music, and much more. The world that the SCPA has created at Chula Vista High School should be a model for what other high schools should be, which is a balance between liberal arts and STEM. The 8-period schedule better prepares the students for college and helps them choose a career because of the variety of CTE and AP classes they can take. Students are well-rounded because of the SCPA program. If the school board were to consider reducing Chula Vista High School class schedule, I would hope that they would take the time to study, make a decision on logical reasoning, not just financial, have an open dialogue with the SCPA staff and administration to seek the solutions for the hurdles that are triggering this decision to come to a resolution that would best serve Chula Vista High School students. Let's also remember that SCPA offers, what the SCPA offers is an immeasurable. Test scores may not review its true value. This means you have to look at the quality of student that's entering the world after high school. It is the finished product that is most important. The 8-period schedule is one that the educators should look at as a model for all schools because it offers the best opportunity for its students. Isn't that what a school district should strive for? Thank you.
Angelica Olstizor. Sorry, I probably butchered your last name. Oh, it is. See, I couldn't read your writing. Sorry.
I'm Angelica Evilsizer, a parent, VP of the Music Boosters, a substitute teacher, a business owner, and a single mom. So I come to this microphone with several different perspectives. My daughter's captain of the color guard, VP of the print shop, just got her first acceptance letter to college. She completely maxed out her experience at Chula. Last year, she was taking classes all 8 periods, plus sign language during a college-level class offered during the 0 period, and she has excelled in this program. My son's a sophomore. He's fallen in love with the piano. He'll be choosing that as his high school major, and if he only had 6 periods during his freshman year, he wouldn't have had access to those 2 electives because he would have had to take PE and AVID. Instead, he's been able to march with the marching band, discover his interest in sports medicine. The opportunities they've had to discover themselves as people wouldn't have existed without the model that currently exists at the school. But when I decided that I wanted to speak tonight, it wasn't to talk to you about my kids, it was to talk to you about yours, the thousands of them that walk down your hallways every day. As a booster member, I spend hours with the band kids, many of whom I've gotten to know quite well. And I stand here thinking about the kid whose parents have never come to watch them perform, the kid who pretends she's not hungry so as to not inconvenience anybody, the kid who sleeps on the couch because she doesn't have her own bed, the kid whose mom passed away, and another who's tried 3 times to not exist anymore. One year, the marching band was meant to wear red, and one of the kids said he couldn't wear red because his family would jump him, his family. Those are the kids that bring me here tonight. By the way, the marching band got first place at most of their tournaments this season. They showed up anyway. Your schools could be a refuge to those kids. It should be a place where they feel challenged and encouraged to grow, to try things, to be themselves. To know that if home is hard, then at least there they can breathe, they can dream, they can pursue the life they want to have once they're out in the world. Empower them to outgrow their limiting environments. What doesn't make sense to me is why you would want to make your program less robust, less competitive, less wonderful. You seem to be coming at this from a place of scarcity, one that lacks the belief that we could make this machine work better and that the only option is to cut programs. How cool would it be if this district was the one everybody wanted to send their kids to? How cool would it be to have kids during the most important years of their lives be in your program and come out the other side as successful young people who take Chula Vista High School's name with them, despite everything difficult they had to walk through, because you believed in them, because you created a world for them inside of your walls that held them, pushed them, inspired them, challenged them. But if it all comes down to the money and the business side of the education system, that's okay, but let's do it well. See it as a business because it is, and approach it as business people and make your business thrive. And as it was mentioned earlier, to not just bring problems, I have a list of about 24 different ways you could make more money.
So now we'll move on to other topics.
Yes.
Kathleen Shears.
For the past 20-plus years, I've made it a point to limit the items I pull in November and December. I've encapsulated a few of the agenda items into tonight's public comment because it is the holiday season and everyone's family time. This time of year is so important. I'd like to begin by apologizing to Ms. Quirk. Last meeting, I stated she had not responded to a question I had. I was wrong. She had at 7:37 a.m. that morning. At my age, occasionally important emails get lost in the mass of emails peddling walk-in bathtubs, wrinkle creams, electric chairs, stair climbers, wheelchairs, canes, and even burial plans. Thank you, Ms. Quirk. I rarely pull items agendized for Dr. Winters or Dr. Alvarez. While I may not agree with all of the expenditures, I'm cognizant my expertise are limited, and when I do send emails asking for information, they are both quick to respond. Historical note, Back in 2013, the Castle Park High School girls softball team sent in a requisition for equipment. The then superintendent at the time, Dr. Gondra, was not in favor. Here we are 11 years and millions of dollars later. Those ladies, all female student athletes, are deserving of equal. Let us never forget this, whether it be softball, cheer, no matter the female sport. Regarding the induction program funding of H2, while it is a small amount, hopefully the training selected will be value added. I-2, middle college, high school, bravo. Tonight's K2 agenda item has special meaning to me, and I wanted to recognize two excellent coaches whose service to their young athletes, life-changing mentoring, demands for excellence, and encouragement laid the foundation. Thank you, Coach Estrada, Coach Clockler. The philosophies you represent made a difference to so many. Never forget that. Many thanks to Ms. Carbuccia for the time and patience in explaining and dumbing down the legal jargon included in this agenda. While this old gal is pretty sharp, legal interpretation is undoubtedly not something I will master before my demise. In closing, potentially there are dark clouds on the horizon. If the Department of Education is gutted, as promised, loss will be many benefits offered, including grants, SPED funding, nutrition funding, etc. I urge you, Dr. Aguirre, and all who report to you, to batten down the hatches as it pertains to fiscal responsibility, while never losing sight of the fact our community's children and those who educate them must remain the priority. Thank you very much.
Elizabeth Loainseng Garcia.
Swimming upstream.
Definitely. First, I'd like to give a shout out to the counselors in the room. So if you're a school counselor, woohoo. So good evening, Dr. Aguirre, school board, and the community. First, I approach you tonight as the District Magkaisa Filipino American Student Parent Conference Chair. The Magkaisa Conference was held on October 19th at Sweetwater High School. We had over 700 students, parents, educators, and community members in attendance, many of whom are in attendance here in this room today. Thank you to Dr. Aguirre, Dr. Winters, Dr. Moore for attending, and especially Dr. Gavin for attending and even joining in our flash mob dance in our opening session. That was cool. We had workshop speakers from culinary arts, performing arts, law enforcement, healthcare, civic service, journalism, and the tech industries. Thank you to the Office of College and Career Readiness, especially Mr. Brahim, Ms. Martin, and Ms. Robinson for their help and support. We had overwhelming positive community feedback about the conduct and demeanor of our district students. They represented our district well. Thank you to our Filipino language teachers, student volunteers, and performers from Sweetwater High, Olympian High, Otay Ranch High, Eastlake High, Eastlake Middle, Montgomery High, Mar Vista High, Hilltop High, and Hilltop Middle. 96% of the student survey responses said their experience at the conference was excellent or good. 100% of the students said the topics were relevant to them. 100% of the students' responses said they gained new skills or knowledge. 100% of the students would recommend the conference to their peers. Thank you again to our district for supporting the only district-sponsored Filipino-American Student Parent Conference in the nation. Now I approach you as the president of the Sweetwater Counseling and Guidance Association. I've had the opportunity to be a part of the working group to reevaluate our district's graduation requirements. It is apparent in the discussions that in the years post-COVID, we have more and more students needing additional supports. The traditional classroom is not working for every student, especially those struggling with trauma, learning gaps, or neurodivergent needs. I understand the concept of the once learning centers is no longer, but I'm here to advocate for alternative education settings with individualized supports for our high school students. Our current independent studies program does not fit the needs of all of our students. Option secondary school is not accessible for all students due to transportation. SEGA is willing to work with district leaders on how to best address these student needs, taking into consideration the complexities of staffing, facilities, and fiscal impact. We look forward to working with you. Thank you for your time and commitment to our students' futures. Thank you.
Lucy Ugarte.
Good evening, President Arancibia, trustees, and Dr. Aguirre. Lucy Ugarte, President, Sweetwater Education Association. I wanted to take this opportunity to first thank you, Trustee Segura, for your years of service as a trustee for the last 10 years in Sweetwater Union High School District. SEA has appreciated your pro-labor lens and your openness when listening to our concerns. We wish you the best in your new endeavor at Southwestern College as a trustee. Now I'd like to circle back to my public comments from September and update you all regarding payroll, the Infor system, and the reimbursements to staff for conferences. SEA leadership has been working diligently with HR, Labor Relations, and Legal to rectify the non-payment of 1/6 to our teachers. Due to the previously mentioned issues with Infor, there are teachers who have been working a 1/6 since the beginning of August who will not be compensated for this work until November 30th on their pay warrant. 4 months. I have watched an administrative assistant submit a teacher's work rec only to be told that it was never submitted when researched by the aforementioned departments. How is this even possible? It's Infor. When the system rejects the work rec for whatever reason, it's as if it was never submitted, not only making the site look like it's not doing its job, but requiring the personnel to enter it all over again. If you recall, I mentioned in September how cumbersome this process is. This process makes it impossible to know who is lost and not paid because the rec was dropped, for a lack of a better word. It is now my understanding that the 1/6 payroll fiasco will repeat itself all over again next semester because sites must re-enter all over again the work recs for the 1/6. I have asked Dr. Aguirre to brainstorm with his team how to prevent teachers from waiting 4 months for pay in regard to work that begins in January. He has been open to this proactive approach and I believe wants to do what is right. But I may be up here again in a few months. Our teachers deserve compensation in a timely manner. We don't work for free. Even more delayed is the reimbursement process for conferences. The average wait time is 6 to 8 months to be paid back for costs incurred due to attendance at a conference. That is 6 to 8 months of accrued interest on credit cards. Because these conferences are not mandatory, I've instructed members not to attend or to attend at their own risk if they are told to pay up front and submit for reimbursement. My ask is that you check in on these areas from time to time and advocate for staff finances, whether it's pay or reimbursement. Thank you.
Kimberly DeRoss.
Good evening, I'm Kimberly Deras, a sophomore from Southwest High, and I wanted to give my thoughts on what I believe to be a big blunder on our district side when it comes to college opportunities at my school. I've only known of this board meeting since Thursday night, as it always seems our students' futures are decided without our knowledge. But this year, I hope to be heard again as we were last year, since we have evidence to support that the board's money-driven desire to cut our 8-period schedule is simply a mistake. Many other students, teachers, and families in our community would agree with me when it comes to stating the obvious. Our program is worth more than the $500,000, the same one you are happy to use when it comes to promoting your district, and apparently also happy to cut whenever too. What I mean when I say programs are the different CTEs, PLTWs, AP classes, credit recoveries, and free periods that students get to take under our 8-period schedule. Personally, I know many students who've come to our school because of these opportunities, including our own sophomore class president, Isabel Alvarez, who wanted to come today. She's one of many students here who firmly believe they had a better chance at Southwest for a future. With the switch district members want to make, we'd be cutting all these different pathways and roads to a future, limiting it with only 6 periods. Our school has provided students a unique opportunity to break cycles of poverty, provide for their family, and seek a better life after high school. This has driven change. Evidence is our school has 53% of our seniors meeting A through G requirements, which is really impressive numbers for our small size, our ghetto reputation on the west side, and demographics. Students are taking the chance you give them and trying to change their life, and suddenly you want to pull this opportunity away from them? The only reason so many of our students are able to take reign in their lives is because of our flexible schedules. all different parts of our high school community have chosen to try, with our school having the third highest percentage of students enrolling in AP classes in our district. Really, we could go on forever with numbers. Being tied with Eastlake for most English learners enrolled in AP classes, first in our district for most students with disabilities in AP classes. Overall, our school is full of different kinds of students who are doing their best. It's honestly disappointing if Sweetwater Union can't fulfill their duty of offering us equity instead of this kind of unjustifiable equality. With over 1,500 promising students, is our school not worth $500,000? Is a person at Southwest Future valued at lower than $334? Because according to this decision that the board wants to make to get rid of our 8 periods, it is. If we want to put value on people's future, then we should at least know their demographics too. And for our school, these pupils have such potential to the point. Standing for equity is simply the best choice. Equity means 8 periods to make up for the special classes we can't afford outside school, as so many of our students fall under poverty lines. And our school is even infamous for this reputation, as we're described as ghetto. It's not even a wrong description. Even our students can agree. We can recognize that we have tennis courts without lights, a stadium 30 years old, and our last school upgrade has been over a decade ago. And you know what? The worst part is we live near the border. We recognize this, where a lot of us are immigrants. A lot of us have to come every single day to school. But as part of students, I know from firsthand experience, many of us want out, and that this is our way, our 8 periods. Do you realize everything the youth in the district loses out on if Sweetwater cuts out our pathways for a couple of $100,000? From where I'm standing, it feels like no one but Southwest does. And maybe Chula Vista, because they actually have a really good program going too. Either way, thank you for listening. I hope to hear our 8 periods will continue thriving and our students along with them.
Leilani Zayas.
Ms. Pesero, next time, if we're going to be divvying up the time, I'm going to mind her speaking, but we stated the 8 hour, we need to break it down by eight period days or Chula Vista, but it seems to me like we're jumping back and forth over the topics. I just want to make sure that's cleared up for the next one. Does that make sense? Yeah?
I'm just going by what they put on the
I know,
cards, so they write different
I know,
things. I don't know what the topics always are, yeah.
Go for it.
Hello, I'm Leilani, a sophomore from Southwest High School. I'm here to give my piece about changes of periods that affect my future and many others in our high school. This schedule has helped over 50% of our senior students in the past get better opportunities in not just school, but life by achieving college readiness. This is such a big accomplishment, especially for our demographic of people in our school, where we have one of the most thriving communities of first-gen, low-income students whose parents, or in some cases the whole family, have never gotten a chance like ours to go to college. These opportunities are a result of our 8-period schedule, which the district is trying to cut for budget reasons, which makes every student ask, how much is our future worth? With this 8-period schedule, I'll be able to get a job during my junior and senior year, and I'll be able to save up money for college and help my family financially. I am one over 500 students at Southwest High, and there's likely many who share this sentiment, as I personally have seen students indirectly thank the district for allowing 8 periods, for allowing them to go to work and provide for family when they are unfortunately born in a home that requires doing so. Our hope for a future includes getting a job can even benefit the district if we implement a work studies program, something I'm sure we could bring back. To make this next harsh part short and simple, many of you administrators are not living in our shoes. You don't see the reality you're making with your pen, paper, and money. For our school, you don't see the way students work hard, hoping to enter college one day, escape a cycle of poverty, drugs, crime, and violence, desperately running towards the finish line, using pathways in AP classes. Our 8-period schedule supports, but when you blindly decide to get rid of our road to success, we are the ones that have to live with your decisions, with the majority of us not even knowing how much we're losing, or even that we're losing it. So I can only ask all of you to just listen to each and every one of us and even consider the consequences of your actions and us students with the future who will be affected by it. And those promises of victory against unfortunate hands in life many of us got be tugged from beneath our feet. Thank you.
Abel Zavala.
Hello,
My name is Abel Zavala. I am a sophomore currently attending Southwest High, and I am here to advocate for the 8 periods. After I had completed middle school, I was told to go anywhere but Southwest High School. We are a low-income school and have nowhere near the amount of resources as other schools. However, the thing that let me convince my parents to enroll was the opportunities that 8 periods gave. Once I had enrolled, I took full advantage of each class. The 8 periods are the only reason I was able to start on the biomedical pathway, a series of classes that can not only give me credits, but give me experience in the medical field that I plan to enter in the future on top of scholarships. Currently, I'm able to take an optional AP class while still being able to take the rest of my required class and be a yearbook editor. 8 periods are one of the main factors in my and many others' academic success. The periods allow me and many others to take additional classes, whether AP or not, and get ahead in the race to go to college. Our school has the highest pathway completion in the district, and I personally know the reason for that being because of the extra 2 classes that gives students the opportunity to take at least one pathway, in some cases multiple. An additional 2 periods are a huge positive for our school, and data shows that we've only improved since their inclusion. Many of my friends are or were English learners, and they were able to not only catch up and learn the language, but participated in advanced classes, passing with flying colors. The 8 periods also aren't meant just for classes. Being able to leave earlier allows students to work, which is often a necessity for many students, as the majority of our school is low income, and yet they still have time to focus on schoolwork. The earlier leave also allows for more club participation, especially with college online courses juniors and seniors can attend, and STEM clubs, such as our Going to the U Club and robotics, which not only builds school spirit, but gives us more time to plan our futures. Yet, the district believes that all the positives for first-generation college students, recent immigrants, and low-income students are not worth the $334 per student out of your $700 million budget. Of course, some students will ditch a class or 2, others will fail, and some may not enjoy school. But name one school on this planet who does not have the same problems. Rather than constantly looking at our few negatives, look at all the good the 8 periods have done for our school. I speak here in the hopes that you will listen. If you refuse to hear our cries and focus only on the money, we are able to summon the entire school. This speech was an invitation to hear us and a few others like me. But if you wish, I alone can summon the entire sophomore class with a single call as vice president. And in less than an hour, you can have every student protesting your next meeting, as well as have television channels that will share the individual stories of students' disappointment with the district, a negative social media blitz, and a mob of enraged teenagers. Thank you for your time.
Yumi Saiki.
Good evening, Dr. Aguirre, President Arancibia, and members of the board. My name is Yumi Saiki, and I'm a counselor at Launch Virtual Academy, as well as the co-vice president of the Sweetwater Counseling and Guidance Association. Before I begin, I wanted to take a moment to recognize Dr. Liliana Silva Diaz, counselor at Montgomery High School, for being selected as this year's Frank Jonason Endowment Award. The Jonason Endowment Award at San Diego State University annually recognizes a high school counselor in San Diego or Imperial counties who has gone above and beyond the call of duty for students in assisting them in attaining higher education. Dr. Silva truly embodies the spirit of this award and has done so much to support this district, her colleagues, and her students and families. Congratulations to Dr. Silva for this well-deserved recognition. Now, I would like to take a moment to speak about the urgent need to include counselors in the multi-tiered system of supports, or MTSS. In October, I had the privilege of attending the Wellness Together conference, where educators and mental health professionals gathered to discuss the critical importance of mental health in our schools. The insights shared at this conference were eye-opening and reinforced what many of us already know. Our students need more than academic support. They need emotional and mental health resources to truly thrive. At this conference, I also had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Jamie Parsons, the Deputy Director of the California Association of School Counselors and one of the authors of the MTSS framework in California. In our conversation, she shared some powerful stories about how essential counselors are in schools that have successfully implemented MTSS. Hearing her discuss the tangible improvements in student outcomes when counselors are actively involved reinforced my belief that it is critical for us to prioritize funding for counselors in our district's model. As we work to create a comprehensive support system outlined in the California MTSS Guide, counselors are key players. We are uniquely positioned to address the academic challenges our students face while also tackling their mental health and social emotional needs. The challenges our students encounter, ranging from anxiety and depression to overwhelming academic pressures, require that we enhance our systems of support. By integrating counselors into the MTSS model, we can significantly improve the effectiveness of the supports we provide. Counselors contribute to this mission in several ways. We identify needs, accessing and identifying student needs early, facilitating interventions that can prevent more serious issues down the road. We implement programs that nurture essential social emotional skills, laying the groundwork for greater student engagement and academic achievement. And we work collaboratively with teachers, administrators, and families to create cohesive strategies that address both academic and emotional barriers to learning. And we also utilize data to monitor student progress, ensuring that interventions are tailored and effective. Giving these critical contributions, funding for counselors within the MTSS framework is not just beneficial, it is essential for the holistic development of our students. Dr. Parsons has generously offered to drive down from Riverside to meet with district leadership to discuss the vital role counselors play in this system and to support their inclusion in MTSS funding. I truly believe that together we can build a robust system of support that truly meets the diverse needs of our students. Thank you.
Suzanne Martinez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Suzanne Martinez, and I'm a transportation finance analyst by trade and have also dabbled in substitute teaching on the side for the last 20 years. My family is fairly new to this district. We moved here less than 2 years ago from Madera, which is a town in Central California just north of Fresno. I have 3 school-aged children, one of which is in this district at Mar Vista High School. My goal is to start attending these meetings regularly to hopefully provide some insight into the experiences our family has had with different school district, with the hope that the different perspective can lead to insights into potential best practices. But for today, though, I wanted to bring to your attention some concerning interaction I had today with the basketball coaches at Mar Vista High. My son had some concerns that his JV team would not be at all prepared for their upcoming game against Coronado High this Thursday, because they hadn't yet worked on any sort of game plan like offensive, defensive strategies, plays, etc. He was concerned that his team will get completely pummeled because of it and wasn't sure how to get his concern addressed. I told him I would text the coach that I had contact info for, which was the varsity coach. I texted him the simple question about whether or not the JV team would be working on a game plan this week, and the response I received was as follows. I'm assuming they're going to continue doing what they think is best for their team. Unless there's an actual issue with kid safety, I will not be involved. If your student athlete has an issue with how they've decided to run their early practices, he does not have to participate this season. I was completely appalled that this coach would brush off my simple yes or no question in this way and insinuate that my child has no recourse to voice his concern or suggestions for the team other than to quit. He in effect said, if you don't like it, leave. I am astonished that there are coaches taking such a cavalier attitude towards parents' input, given that this is our tax dollars that pay for their entire program. On a side note, I did respond to the coach's text by letting him know I was also made aware of a student safety issue. I texted him that I was told the players are not given the opportunity to stretch before going on an extensive run, and when one of the players questioned this, he was told by the JV coach that gazelles don't need to stretch, so neither do you. I told the varsity coach this was a safety concern in my book, and I never received a response to that. I bring this up here because in my experience, if you shed light on these sorts of things at the top, they're more likely to get attention. I first tried contacting my son's counselor today, who abruptly referred me to the school's athletic director. I emailed the director requesting to meet her after school today to discuss, and I received no response. I wouldn't ordinarily come straight to the board with this issue, but today so happened to be the next upcoming board meeting, so here I am. I'm not expecting any action at this level at this point, but I will be back at your next meeting to update you on my progress with addressing this issue with the school staff. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to becoming more involved in my new community and school district in the future.
Mushim Murchison.
Good evening. My name is Mashim Cáceres Murchison, and I have proudly served as a counselor in the Sweetwater District for 20 years, and for the last 12 years at Eastlake Middle School. I'm also a district parent, and I also help low-income students for free in the evening with college admissions process. I'm here tonight to share with you some of the activities and accomplishments of the middle school counselors in our district and at my site. Middle school counselors are a small group. I think we're about a little over 25 employees, but we have an important role supporting students during their early teen years and setting them on a pathway to success. When I first started my counseling career in the district, much of my time was spent on academic counseling, building a college-going culture, and early college awareness. One of the highlights was our yearly Compact for Success field trip that took thousands of Sweetwater students to SDSU for the day. I miss that field trip a lot. However, over the last few years, middle school counselors have experienced a significant increase in social-emotional counseling to meet the exploding mental health challenges such as anxiety, stress, depression, suicidal ideation, trauma, and chronic absenteeism. And yes, this is with 11, 12, and 13-year-olds. For many students, their school counselor is their first and sometimes only mental health support. In addition, counselors at our school advise several clubs to increase sense of belonging. I advise the Black Student Union with over 50 student members, and my colleagues advise the Hope Squad, a suicide prevention program, and Praise Club with over 200 participants. It's important that we don't forget that early college and career readiness is still a very important role of the middle school counselor, especially in a district where many of our students are first-generation college students. At Eastlake Middle School, all students receive several college and career awareness presentations in both 7th and 8th grade. These presentations include teaching students about the college admissions process and requirements, how to read a transcript, how to calculate a GPA, planning out an individualized 6-year academic plan, encouraging students to take rigorous coursework, setting post-secondary goals, and also researching future careers by doing several career interest inventory, like the RIASEC and using Thrively, and we're transitioning to a new program. This past month, we pre and post tested our students, and prior to our presentation, only 26% of our students knew about the Compact for Success. After our presentation, 87% were aware of the Compact, a 60% increase in their knowledge. We also saw a 40% increase in their awareness of GPA calculation and 8th UG requirements. We also host a parent night, which was very well attended, and parents also showed the same increase in knowledge in 8th UG and Compact, and 100% of the parents said that the information was relevant and informative. So thank you for allowing me to share some of the important work we do as middle school counselors. We have a very exciting job because we take little preteens from elementary school, and over 2 years, we help them to set goals and develop the social, emotional, academic skills to transition to high school. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Item F3, comment from us?
Actually, you need to set the consent agenda first.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Can you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda? I apologize.
Yes, the following items are pulled: F3 by staff, G2 by the public, I2 by the public, and I7 by staff.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 3 yes, 2 absent.
Okay. So now we move on to item F3.
Yes.
Any comments?
I have just real brief today. I attended, it's actually National Apprentice Week for the trades. And so I went down to the Electrical Workers Training Center, surprising, and as well as several of the CTE, CTE Director Wahid Brahim, and a couple more of the CTE personnel went there and made some good connections. And they already know about the apprenticeship, but they just made some connections with some other elected people that were there or their representatives, and just getting more information about the apprenticeships that are offered. And There was a tour of the iron workers apprenticeship, the electrical workers apprenticeship, and the sheet metal workers apprenticeship. So 3 really good apprenticeships. So that's what I did today. And I know it was mentioned already by a student trustee here, but we did have Veterans Day, and thank you for the kind words you say about remembering the veterans. Thank you. And that's all I have. Thank you.
I don't have any comment either, so we will move on to item F11, which we actually covered, I'm sorry.
did, yes.
Item G2.
Yes, I have one speaker, Yumi Saeki.
Good evening again. I am reading this on behalf of Elena Vallejo Paez, counselor at Sweetwater High School and Southwest High School, as well as my co-vice president in the SCGA. Sweetwater approved an MOU with Hey Tutors on September 12, 2022. For the 2022-23 school year, the fiscal impact of this service was $1,197,980. For the 23-24 school year, the fiscal impact of this service was $1,425,980. And for the 24-25 school year, the fiscal impact is expected to be $6,197,130. This is a total of $8,821,090. Hey Tutor was presented to provide in-person medium group instruction, 1 tutor with about 5 students. Push-in tutoring for math courses on district campuses before, during, and or after school. Tutors would support students through district curriculum, including homework help and content support. Although their statement of work originally included the tracking of usage data, including but not limited to student attendance, length and frequency of sessions, and the tracking of SEL data, including student mood before and after each session, it was later rescinded due to the district request to use district curriculum, and therefore placed the responsibility of tracking data internally. As a taxpayer, community member, and employee who is vested in district transparency and making fiscally wise decision, I am curious to see the data behind this particular partnership and its effectiveness. Has an analysis of the DNF rate across the district been conducted, specifically in the area of math? Have test scores improved, or the amount of credit recovery that is necessary lessened? Essentially, are we getting our money's worth, and is this service in the best interest of our students? These are important questions that need to be discussed if the district continues to look at extending expensive contracts such as this one. I am far from convinced that this is the best use of district funds. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Do I have a motion?
I had a quick question for Dr. Aguirre. Why is it, why do you have to increase the funding, the expenditure for Hey Tutor?
So as I'm reading, I'm sorry, as I'm reading this, reads like a reduction to me, but I'll ask Dr. Alvarez to provide the clarification. Ms. Vicero, if you can scroll to the bottom, I believe under fiscal impact, it does reflect this is a reduction, not an increase, so I believe there's some confusion. Dr. Alvarez?
Good afternoon or good evening. This is a change in funding. So we had originally taken this item that the majority of the funding would be from LCAP. We now have sites with Title I monies that are going to fund additional tutors at the school sites. So we have found that there is some efficacy in the tutors. We have anecdotal and some qualitative, quantitative data about the use of tutors. We've expanded the number of tutors at both middle schools and high schools, but this particular item is that we're changing the funding from LCAP to support it with Title I monies and also with the equity multiplier that a few of our schools get.
Dr. Alvarez, was this in essence site initiated, or was
This was, so we had some district funding, that was the LCAP funding, and that was the original 6.195, something like that. Sites in turn have said that they want to add additional tutors based on their evaluation, their site assessment needs. So they do an evaluation of their needs based on data, and they have requested the additional funding, or the funding to be changed to their site funding.
Thank you, I appreciate that clarification. Sure. I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 3 yes, 2 absent.
Item I2.
Yes, I have 2 speakers. Elizabeth Loainseng Garcia.
Good evening again, Board of Trustees. The counselors of the Sweetwater District are excited about the Middle College partnership with Southwestern College. Middle College is an incredible opportunity for students to earn college credits while finishing high school, but it comes with challenges. Navigating a rigorous curriculum, balancing high school and college demands, and managing the social and emotional pressures of an advanced academic environment. Counselors are trained to address these challenges. We can provide individualized support to help students develop time management skills, maintain mental health, and explore pathways that align with these goals. What's more, we are ready to collaborate with teachers, administrators, and college staff to ensure a comprehensive and supportive learning environment. Incorporating counselors early in the planning process allows us to work with you to help design systems for student success. We urge the board to encourage district leadership to include counselors in the middle college conversations, not just as an afterthought, but as an essential contributors to the program's foundation. Together, we can ensure that middle college is not only academically rigorous, but also holistically supportive, giving every student the best chance to thrive. Thank you for your consideration.
Yumi Saiki.
Hello again. I'm also here to express my strong support for the joint letter of intent with Southwestern College to move forward with the middle college program. I also want to highlight how important it is for counselors to be involved in the planning and development of this program from the very beginning. The middle college program, where high school students can earn college credit while still in high school, offers an incredible opportunity to set students up for future success. It gives them a head start on their education and challenges them in a new academic environment. But if we want to make sure that this program benefits all students, we need to ensure that counselors are a part of the planning process. As counselors, we have a unique perspective on the challenges students face. We know firsthand the struggles they deal with, academically, socially, and emotionally. When students step into a college environment while still balancing high school, those challenges only increase. By including us in the development of this program, we can help to make sure that it is set up to address these challenges effectively. For example, academic advising isn't just picking classes, it's about helping students manage the demands of both high school and college, and ensuring that they are on track to meet their long-term goals. Counselors can help guide students in selecting courses that align with their strengths while also helping them balance workloads and avoid feeling overwhelmed. Middle college students will face social and emotional challenges as they transition to this more independent learning environment. Counselors are trained to support students emotionally and help them develop the resilience they need to succeed. We can provide individual counseling, run workshops on stress management, and create peer support systems to make sure students feel connected and supported. When students feel emotionally supported, they are more likely to thrive academically. We all know this to be true. That's why it's crucial that we're involved from the start to make sure that this program has built-in support systems for students' mental health and well-being. Counselors are also deeply committed to ensuring that every student, especially those from underrepresented backgrounds, have access to opportunities like the middle college program. By including us in the planning, we can identify potential barriers, whether financial, academic, or emotional, and help design solutions that ensure all students have the resources and guidance they need to succeed. We also serve as a bridge between the high school and the community college. We can help ensure the two institutions are aligned and that students have the support they need every step of the way. Our involvement will help smooth the transition and reduce any academic roadblocks that might arise. In short, the middle college program is a fantastic opportunity for our students, but for it to truly succeed, we need to make sure that it's designed with a full understanding of students' academic and emotional needs. Counselors bring a unique perspective to the table, and we can help make sure this program provides the holistic support students need to excel. I urge you to include counselors in the development of this program. With our expertise in advising, social emotional support, and equity, we can help create a program that not only meets academic needs, but also helps our students thrive in all aspects of their education. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Mr. President. Just, this is a great opportunity for our students, so thank you for getting this thing rolling. And I know it's just a beginning. So what's the process to move forward from here, and what are we thinking?
Yeah, so there's different streams of work that's going to need to happen. Definitely working on I think this piece speaks to the programming piece. There's going to be a facilities piece with the community college. There's going to be a kind of a transitioning of district programs or whatnot. But definitely this was meant to be a signifier, a signal, if you will, to our community. We definitely have a commitment to go through and have those conversations with all of our associations. There's going to be the impact and conversations with our counselors, with our teachers. It may even affect some of our classified. So we just wanted to bring this forward as we prepare for the next calendar year coming up and some of the exciting work. It's really meant to convey to the board and to the public that this is something that we've been working towards. The reality is it's been a conversation, but to move it from conversation to reality is going to take a lot of additional discussions with our stakeholders, and we have that commitment with all of our associations.
Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate that. If there's no other comment, I'll make a motion.
I will second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 3 yes, 2 absent.
Last item for the night, I think, is item I-7.
Thank you, President Arancibia. Item I-7 is a report on tobacco use prevention education with its acronym of TUPE. It's not to be confused with toupee. It's a report on tobacco use prevention and use of education. I actually believe this was a previous request from, I believe, Trustee Emerald, when we hear some feedback from the public. So we want to present information about the work that's currently going on. We are in receipt of a grant to actually do this work, which I believe the conversation was whether or not or the question was whether or not it included vaping or whatnot. And so we decided to put together a more comprehensive presentation for the board and our public. So there's an awareness of the work that's going on here. And so with that, I'll ask Dr. Moore to introduce the team that's here to discuss on behalf of his team. Dr. Moore.
Yes, and board, good evening, board, and thank you. We saw some other presentations today, and I know that Program Manager Lynette Martinez, Tosa Liz Murphy, and our student from Eastlake High School, Bella Glinsky, are very, very pleased to present to you the work we've done in this tobacco use prevention education effort. And as Dr. Aguirre mentioned, this is encompassing of a lot of other concerns. We know that for one, tobacco use is usually a gateway to the use of other drugs. So stemming tobacco use at the root is really key to preventing our students from hopefully not experimenting with other drugs. The other piece is I had the opportunity last week to attend the TUPE Parent Night at Chula Vista Middle School, which was conducted by this team. And it was fantastic, over 100 parents coming and enjoying and hearing the message, with students participating in learning about the ills of tobacco, how big tobacco targets our young people, and again, sort of the negative health impact of tobacco use and other drugs. So this is a very brief presentation, and I turn it over to Ms. Martinez. Ms. Famania, I'm sorry. Hard.
So basically, we're going to do this really quick. The problems with vaping, tobacco, and cannabis, right? So the main reason is that it prevents students from achieving their potential, right? Nicotine is extremely addictive. It harms the brain development, affects the memory, focus, and ability to learn. Like student David said, it causes some students from not going to use the restrooms, right? So a lot of the students want to stop vaping or using whatever they're addicted to, and when we looked at our data, it's the second, tobacco and cannabis use is the second reason for suspensions. So we're trying to work on that. So what is it? Tobacco use prevention education. It provides funding for tobacco and cannabis. It's specific student instruction, right? We're reinforcing activities, special events, intervention. So it was a 3-year grant we received. We're in our second year now. And it's provided by the California Department of Education and funded by Props 99 and 56.
So yes, basically it's the tobacco taxes that fund this grant. And we have 5 TUPE goals. Goal 1 is to engage all students in increased youth development activities that focus on prevention. That is the main focus of this grant, is prevention. Goal number 2 is to develop student health advocates. We have an example here, Bella. She's a representative of the student health advocates. They function as peer, parent, and community educators and lead anti-vaping campaigns on their campuses. Goal 3 is to strengthen the promotion and implementation of intervention and cessation services as an alternative to suspension. Number 4, to increase efforts to collaborate with parents to reduce student substance abuse. And finally, goal 5, to revitalize TUPE awareness and training of teachers and administrators. So one of the main ways that we're getting out to the school sites is through our school site advisors. Each school site has one certificated staff member that is assigned as their TUPE school site advisor. They recruit and guide TUPE school club leaders. They oversee the anti-vaping campaigns. They educate students, staff, and parents, and monitor TUPE interventions.
So here we had training, an all-day training we provided here with our certificated staff. It was teachers and nurses. And you can see they were all collaborating. We had a few speakers come in, YVape, Everfi, and the Friday Night Live from the San Diego County Office of Education.
And here are our student health advocates. They do function as TUPE club leaders, peer educators, and they are in charge of planning and managing the youth development activities and anti-vaping campaigns.
So again, we had an all-day training. This was over 60 students throughout middle and high schools. We participated in a full-day training. It was at Hilltop. There was some interaction, like in the classrooms. They were learning some information and just gathering so they could be good advocates. But there was some fun stuff in the back. You can see we had game trucks, and there was miniature golf. It was a lot of fun. And here's a group picture. We also started off, and you can see up in the right-hand corner, about how to promote, you'll see this next one, Red Ribbon Week, right? Every year, it's annually, October 23rd through the 31st. It's across all of our schools, but here's some pictures from some of the schools that they did about promoting drug-free lifestyle.
So another thing that we're encouraging our student health advocates to do is to engage in city government and to promote anti-vaping and anti-cannabis ordinances. So on November 5th, our student health advocates received a proclamation from the city of Chula Vista recognizing their work during Red Ribbon Week. So there's a picture of us on the left there. And Bella actually spoke at that meeting, and she'll give you the same speech that she gave there. But we also are working with Say San Diego to advocate for the passage of a tobacco retail license ordinance in National City. So more students from the Sweetwater Union High School District will be speaking at the next National City Council meeting on December 3rd. So Dr. Moore mentioned TUPE Family Night. That was on November 7th at Chula Vista Middle School. We did have over 100 people in attendance. And it also functioned as the culminating event for our Escape the Vape logo and poster contest that we had. And these were our winning entries. For the middle school, we had, I forgot her name, Heaven Kasi from Montgomery Middle. She created the poster on the far left. Maya Santana from Olympian High School created the winning logo in the middle. And Donna Ramirez from Chula Vista High School created the winning high school poster on the far right. And we have been engaging parents, not only from through TUPE Family Night, but also through a parent survey. We have received over 2,000 responses and gathered very important information and data from them. And we also have collected 5,000 responses from students in a student vaping survey as well. So lots of great data information that we're putting to good use.
Here you see there's a QR code that we have for the family awareness for the resources. And this live binder is made for students, parents, for the general public. And you can see, I know it's kind of small, but the tobacco policies on there, some resources about some community resources, sensation, the LGBTQ handouts. There's a bunch of stuff, and this is all live binder that everybody can click on.
Yes, that's available to the general public.
Yes. So again, intervention and cessation, the goal is to, alternative to suspensions, right? To get the student education and connectedness there. And then if students want to elect to participate, then they just need to reach out to one of our TUPE team. We also have Jose Sanchez, who's the community facilitator, is on our team as well.
So every site is asked to create a school intervention plan based on the updated tobacco policy. And we've created some guidelines with a variety of intervention choices for them to choose from. Yeah, I think you have a copy of the guidelines, yes. And students who are requiring further support can be referred to the TUPE team. And so we're open for your questions. Do you have any questions? And then, any questions?
Trustee Solis?
Before.
Were we going to get the speech? Or the
Yeah, so,
I wanna hear
and then
that
I'll
first,
introduce
if that's
Bella.
Okay.
Okay,
And
so
then-
here's Bella, one of our student health advocates.
Hi, good evening. I'm Bella from Eastlake High School. I'm going to give you a speech a little bit about my experience with addiction, just so you could maybe understand how this impacts students and how we're really helping students. I'm a senior at Eastlake High School, and I'm co-president of Students Addressing Vaping and Addictions. When I first heard about tobacco use prevention education, or TUPE, through my teacher, for whatever reason, I knew I had to join and become involved. I joined for a number of reasons. My main reason being that I've dealt with addiction and dependency. I've seen my friends and family afflicted or affected by the disease, and I understand how hard it is to want to change and the detrimental effects it can have on families. A bit about my journey. I've been clean from all substances for over a year, and it didn't happen overnight. At my lowest point, I had no motivation to change, and I truly believed that my life was destined to revolve around drugs. I know many struggling teenagers share that feeling. My journey was incredibly hard and long, but through my own dedication and the support of my family, I replaced my addiction with weightlifting, raised my GPA from a 1.8 to a 3.2, and for the first time in my life, I'm actually an A student. I'm also on the medical pathway with aspirations of becoming a doctor, which actually this club kind of motivated me to do that. But even now, I still have challenging days, and I think it's important that we emphasize that to students struggling, that recovery is long, it's imperfect, and it's a difficult process, and that's completely normal. Even at your peak, you might feel at your lowest. And I think part of helping teens combat addiction is acknowledging that things don't immediately get better by saying you want to change. However, with consistent motivation, things do improve, and nothing worthwhile comes easy. To help people struggling, I think a big part of that is helping them to recognize their self-worth and value as a human being so that they can hopefully begin to see what they are capable of. Our club has aspirations to make serious changes and to really help our peers in a non-judgmental, motivational, and supportive atmosphere. This club not only allows us to support students battling addiction, but also reinforces my personal commitment to staying drug-free. I hope to inspire my peers and to help them embrace a drug-free life, and I hope that you guys can recognize the impact that we're trying to make with our club. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Ancibia. Thank you, Bella, for being open and sharing your story. What is the hardest, hurdle that you face when you're trying to get students to not vape?
I genuinely think that the biggest hurdle is wanting to want it. If you don't want to change, you're not going to do anything to help yourself change. And I think that the biggest hurdle that we need to overcome is helping students recognize their self-worth and their value and really pick up their self-esteem and really reach out to them. Because once they realize their self-worth, then they're going to not want to damage themselves with vaping.
Thank you. With regards to parents, because I know for me when I was my dad smoked
right.
It just 2 packs a day. It was crazy. So one time I tried to pick one up from the floor. Neighbor saw me, My dad found out, beat me up, got a whooping, and I still that was like, I don't know, after that it was like I'm done. I don't need to do that. You know, it's like I know we can't do that now, but and I had to encourage that. But my dad passed away 4 years ago. But when I smell it, I still remember, and it's like I don't want that for kids because it's just. So I just like with parents, what's the toughest like?
I think that when we like criminalize it, and not saying like legally, but I mean like be like, oh, you're bad for doing this, like you're bad for this, and you need to be punished for this. Yeah, and shaming them. I think that's really ineffective, and I genuinely think it goes down to their, like I said, self-esteem. And I think there needs to be a more gentler approach, but still like a very hands-on, like getting in there and really making change with kids instead of just like suspension, because it's not really going to do anything.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
I would just like to, if I could, Mr. President, I really appreciate you telling your story, and congratulations on not smoking or any of the drugs for a year, and I know that's going to continue. And I just appreciate all the work that you're doing, the team's doing, and that's such worthy work. And when it's students are involved, I definitely have learned here, when students are involved, things happen, changes are made, and so thank you for being part of that equation, because when it's just us older people telling new students what to do, that doesn't always resonate. But when they hear it from up here and from their students, it really makes a difference. So thank you for having that passion, and thank you for this program and all the work that you do.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much for everything. Appreciate it.
So Thursday is Team
Ash.
Ash.
Bullshit.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Wow. You don't vote on that, right? No, that's it?
No, it's a
Think that's-
presentation. That was an informational presentation only. There's no
Good
action.
order, and we move to adjourn.
We are adjourned. Thank you.